Is my mic working?
Me neither.
We do. I'll go check to see if we're all set.
Neither is Stacy's.
Check, check. Nope.
Eric, I'm going to start it.
Can't hear though.
Yeah.
Does mine work?
Testing.
Can you hear me? No. Are they on?
I think we're all set. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Check one,
No, we
one,
can,
check.
but
Nope.
Oh, I guess they can in there, so not sure.
Check. The speakers in the hall are not open, not on.
Really annoying, just so you know. But can you guys hear us? The public can't hear. So do we know what's going on? Okay. Is this like the first time we've been in here?
Nicorette. Nicorette.
I didn't know that you spoke.
Not. More like again.
I know you're genuine.
Stopped for a long time.
See, I think I left the C at my CIP packet in the car. It's like the least of my concern.
Hello? Hello?
So are they fixing that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Do you know if the podium microphone is on? Okay. Thank you.
Go Dave.
I know.
Testing if the podium microphone is working. Okay. Okay. Is it? Yep. Okay.
Okay, so first, call to order the March 28th Planning Board meeting. And first, let me apologize for that delay, that technical difficulty. It was unforeseen. So to that end, I will start with item number 1, which is roll call. And I'll start to my left.
Darren Finnegan.
Tim DeRoche.
David Trask.
Amanda Garrett.
Paul Jacques.
Stacy LeBlanc.
Evan Sear.
Tony Ferraro.
Riley Bergeron.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda are the meeting minutes for February 14th and the 28th. So I will ask for either any amendments to the minutes, or if not, then we'll just move to approve.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of the February 14th and February 28th, 2023 meeting.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, motion carries. All right, so item number 3, new business, city manager presents at CIP. So I believe, all right, excellent, perfect.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members. My name is Brian Wood. I am the Assistant City Manager. The City Manager, Phil Kroll, is out of town on city business in the District of Columbia, but he'll be back tomorrow. I think everyone is clearly here for this particular presentation, but I will try and be brief to make sure we're able to go on with the night. So this year's CIP, I think, is really kind of focused around a few key points. I think very similar to what you've heard around budget concerns and conversations, and is not unlike, I think, conversations that many of you are probably having in your companies and in your homes as well. Inflation is obviously a huge element of what we've been dealing with on the city side for the last few years, and you'll see that reflected in the CIP this year. There have been some opportunities for some major investments, but a lot of the things that are pretty rote and standard obviously cost significantly more. Certain things like painting and striping, road reconstruction, all of those pieces, to do the same amount that we've done historically, you'll see a 20 to 30% increase in those prices, and that's if you're able to find workers or companies that are able to fulfill those jobs in our construction season, which, as we know, is also a bit of a challenge. And that leads to our second challenge, capacity. Our team has been working diligently, releasing RFPs, working with longstanding contractors that we've had relationships with to kind of help the city get to the top of the list when it comes to a lot of our CIP projects, whether that's procuring vehicles or, like I said, road reconstruction or investments in any number of other things. We've been leveraging our relationships, leveraging our history with a number of companies to make a lot of that happen. And the third piece, what you'll see in the CIP, is our emphasis on leverage. We're leveraging our matching dollars with MDOT. We're leveraging opportunities to secure federal funding, secure regional funding, secure state funding, to make sure that our dollars are going as far as they can, and where there's opportunities to replace bonded dollars with other investments, where we're leveraging those. So it really is a labor of love, if you will. So some of the things that you'll see is also leveraging the interest rates for the new high school. You'll notice that we went to bond our second tranche about 7 to 8 months earlier than we had originally anticipated, and part of that was to leverage interest rates, which were on the rise, and so we were able to get the second half of our bonding done for substantially less. I believe it was somewhere around 1.3% cost, which now, if we had gone, would have been somewhere around 3.5%. So huge savings to the taxpayers, and so that's something that we're pretty excited about. Last year, I believe it was Mr. Sear who spoke and provided a little bit of guidance to the city manager around, or feedback around focusing on the city's arterials, traffic flow, traffic congestion as a key emphasis for the city, and something that you'd like to see in the next city or the next CIP. One of the things that transpired, I think about a month and a half later, was bringing on a transportation director. So last year we spoke a lot about realignment, creating the first CIP department. And I think one of the things that we're also able to speak about this year is the bringing on of a transportation director, which has been huge in helping us think about and strategize around some of our Safe Streets initiatives, some of the opportunities as development is taking place to figure out where there's opportunities to make some of the improvements that have been on the list for some time, but identifying the right times, the right leverages, the way to bring together some private funding to move some of these initiatives forward, whether that be striping for bike lanes or expanding, creating a more walkable district or area or neighborhood, and then kind of projecting in that 3 to 5 year range, which I think we often miss. We're looking at the next year, we're looking 20 years out, but that 3 to 5 to 8 year window where there's growth that we know that's going to happen, the beginning stages of that are already taking place. How do we leverage that, whether it's looking at population shifts and neighborhood changes or demographics? How do we leverage that and make sure that we're able to maximize each and every dollar? So those are a few areas. If I wanted to highlight a few projects, I think one, and something that's particularly important to this committee, is a continued commitment to the comprehensive plan. You'll see $200,000 allocated this year and $400,000 next, and that's just that continued commitment. I believe this body expressed that, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, and it's been in the CIP ever since. The next big piece that I would like to highlight is the PAL Center. You'll see approximately $3 million allocated over the next 2 years. And again, that is, I think, one of the initiatives that we're talking about when we talk about leveraging additional dollars. We were able to allocate and secure $3 million from ARPA funding, as well as $3 million in congressionally directed funding from Senator Collins' office. And so when we talk about a major project that meets some of our comp plan goals and really shifts and meets the needs of neighborhoods as well as the community overall, this is one of those projects that's really gonna, I think, make a major dent in moving us forward. And another one that I think everyone on this committee and probably most people in the community have been well aware of is the efforts around public safety. And so you'll see some of the first investments this year of $3 million to begin rebuilding Engine 2, which is our oldest station. I believe it was built in the 1950s. It has outlived its useful life, to say the least. And so that's an opportunity. We've done all we can in that facility, so we'll be really bringing it up to code, modernizing that space. We're keeping it on the same footprint, which was obviously desired since that neighborhood has already been built around a fire station. And you'll see in years 2, 3, and 4 investments to finish up Engine 2 and investments in Central Station, where that will transition from the Central Fire Station to a public safety campus, which will house police and fire. And then on the tail end, you'll see an investment in Engine 5, which is our newest station, built, I think, in '93. And there are some opportunities there to modernize it and bring it into the 21st century as well. So those are some of the big projects that I wanted to highlight. And then last but not least, the largest overall percentage of our investment every year in CIP is road reconstruction. And as I spoke about that, the overall investment this year has ticked up a considerable amount to $6.1 million. A lot of that is, again, leveraging our MDOT funds, but also just the price of doing the same, approximately 10% of road reconstruction just costs that much more. and we do something a little bit different than the state in terms of our road reconstruction versus their kind of overlays. And so the idea behind that is our roads will last a little bit longer, and when we do need to go in for repairs, it'll be a little bit less expensive. And so it's just a different type of engineering, as our engineer would say, but we think it's giving us the most bang for our buck and providing the longevity, since I don't see our winters changing anytime soon, and we'll be plowing for years to come. So are there any questions or any other areas that I could highlight or share?
Yeah, so I'll just step in here real quick, and I did confirm with staff that we don't need a motion per se on this item, but again, just exactly what Brian had said. If there's any questions, comments, thoughts, considerations, then we can share it now, and then we can move on to just accept and understand, and then.
Oh, and one other thing, sorry, timeline. This will be presented at the April 3rd City Council meeting, and then the manager's final budget will be presented to council on April 19th.
Thank you.
All right.
So, first, the irony that Phil is in D.C. and you are here is not lost on me. Yeah, I was happy to see that the city hired Jonathan. That really kind of started that addressed some of the concerns that the planning board had brought up in previous CIP reviews. And looking at this, it's the perennial. Of course, I think there are some things that are in there that probably aren't, CIP worthy, but that's on your side, and you guys take care of that. With regard to roads, I'm glad that you brought that up. I understand that road construction is more expensive now. I understand that we do have a lot of roads, and that it's difficult to keep up on them with them. But I would, given that the planning board is focusing on creating infill development, and the city council is focusing on creating infill development, I think it would be prudent if that was sort of called out explicitly in the CIP budget with regard to road maintenance and reconstruction, to have Jonathan sort of identify those areas that may not currently be on a work order for the next couple of years that might be important for us to sort of hit up because of the growth that might be in those areas. So that was my only comment.
Absolutely, that's a great point, and Jonathan is certainly taking note and working very closely with Dan. We've our engineer, and he's certainly been kind of, I think, helping us reorder and reemphasize roads on an annual basis. And I believe this coming summer, we are contracting with a consultant to go around and measure and score all of our roads, which is something we haven't done in some time. So that we can further speaking to data, further understand and score and prioritize in an objective fashion where those needs are, and then bring in, like you said, those concerns around growth and opportunity there for sure. Absolutely.
Excellent. I appreciate that. So, yeah, a good eye to current state and moving towards future state as well from a development standpoint. So, sounds good. Thank you. Absolutely.
Right.
Anything else before we move on?
Thank you so much.
Yep, perfect. Great. All right. So the next agenda item is number 4. And so this was postponed due to the snowstorm that we had on the 14th. And it is around the site plan review for American Development Group, Phase 2 of Stable Ridge Apartments, 555 Court Street. The proposal includes a 12-unit apartment building with total of 60 units and a 4-garage structure. So just to give everyone kind of a bit of background, I know that we've all been there and we've experienced it, but just to kind of get everyone up to speed. So back on the 14th, we had staff present, right, their staff report, and then we had the applicant come. They presented their recommendation. We had public comment. At that point in time, there was a motion to approve the development, and the motion failed. At that point in time, the motion was still on the table, and there was never a motion for approval with consideration or a motion to deny with finding of fact. So at this juncture, we still have the motion on the table, and we have a couple of things we can do. We can maybe get some clarification from staff if you did not If you did not agree with the motion to approve, you had some questions, we can address it with staff if you would like to. We could also entertain a motion to not approve with clear finding of facts based upon the staff report, and/or approve with conditions if you were, in fact, if you did not agree with it. I'll pause and see if staff wants to add anything additional.
No, I think that's accurate. Essentially the board will have to come up with the findings of fact, and then have, the information to support that.
Okay, excellent. So I know that we all read the staff report, and within the staff report, it did provide a suggested motion with considerations if you did not want to approve this project, again, with finding of facts to back that up. To that end, I know that we all have in our packets the planning board meeting minutes that we just adopted, February 14th. You will find on page 3 the approval, the motion to approve the project. So I'm just clarifying for everybody that within your staff packet that we just received, there is a suggested motion and/or with findings of fact to deny it. If you're looking to approve it with consideration, you can reference your meeting minutes, February 14th, page 3, with the motion to approve. So this is where we can either deliberate, ask questions of staff, or make a motion. I will also note as well, we have the city attorney here as well, if we have any questions around that. And while people are thinking, I do have a question for the city attorney. From a timing perspective, as we think about our next steps with this project, do we have a time frame in which we need to address and make a motion before potentially it just defaults to a motion?
There is a time frame under your ordinance by which you have to take an action on this. You are well within the time frame tonight, so you don't need to be concerned about that. But if you wanted to postpone again, we'd have to review the ordinance. I think you'd be running up against your time frame if you did postpone for another meeting.
Okay.
Stacy, which packet are you referring to on page 3? I just want to make sure that I'm looking at the right one, because there's been a handful.
Yeah, so the motion to approve, it was not necessarily in the staff packet, but it is in the planning board meeting minutes. Yep, on page 3, February 14th. Yep.
It's also, it looks like it's also listed in the staff report for this meeting, with the date of March 14th. Excerpt from February 14th, 2023, Planning Board meeting minutes, which is on page 205 of the staff report too.
Thank you, Catherine. I know it's been like a little choppy with having to not have our 14th meeting, right? So that kind of caused a few different staff packets. So duly noted, it's out there.
I do have a question for staff about a previously labeled condition D, referencing sheet number 6, level lip spreader on perimeter drain outlets and adjusting catch basin number 4 to uphill side of tip down. That was something that was mentioned, but was not particularly discussed. So could staff explain why that recommendation's in there?
Yeah, that was, so we, the day of the planning board meeting, we got comments back from the city engineer, and as you know, we have delegated review for stormwater and site law, and that was those are the comments that we had for our review. It was the same comments that I had, but I really like to have the PE take a look at it and professional engineer take a look at it and provide those in writing. So I was just passing that information along.
So that's coming directly from the city engineer?
That's correct.
That was a deficiency that he found in the site plan that was presented?
That's correct.
Yeah, and if memory serves me correct too, the applicant, Mike, said he had different suggestions as well to that. So, but he would care for it either way, if I remember correctly.
Did the engineer have a chance to review any of those suggestions that were presented by the applicant's agent?
There hasn't been any discussions about any kind of alternates on that, but that could be something that we could work out. There, the other option is a plunge pool. The option for moving the catch basin, I don't think that that's really something that there really is an option, because it just shifts the catch basin on the front side of the tip down for the pedestrian walkway. So I think that creates, if we don't move that, that creates a safety issue. And again, just to kind of explain a little bit, there's collection on the buildings themselves, and then they basically exit the site further down, right? It's all collected in pipes, and the water's collected. And when that daylights, when that pipe goes into daylight, what the engineer is suggesting is putting a structure that is along the grade that basically disperses the flow of that water that's coming out there, so it's not as intrusive to the abutter in particular. This would be considered a best management practice, considered a low-impact development technique for an implemented engineering stormwater treatment, so which is very much a standard practice.
As for deliberation, I was somebody who voted to not approve it, and I feel like staff was looking for a reason why in these proceedings. So my concern was the added traffic to the Court Street area, which is already a identified problem street. So if I were, and this is again just to start some deliberation here, my preference would be to deny the project, citing the listed by staff that the provisions for vehicular loading and unloading and parking for vehicular and pedestrian circulation on the site and onto adjacent public streets will create hazards to safety. And that's to be clear, I'm not making that motion. I'm just saying that would be
I
the
know. I hear you. Yep.
I got to ask staff just a question with regard to being that I'm relatively new, and wasn't here for the original phase one approval. What was the entire concept for the subdivision, and does phase two follow in the spirit of what was discussed and deliberated, or was it not even referenced during phase one?
There was some conversation about a phase two. There certainly was a conversation about a phase two, and that potentially that may look like either 2 units or multifamily. There wasn't any specifics that I recall, but there certainly was a hint that there may be condo type structures in the back, and that was potentially a project. But again, there wasn't any commitment on a second phase, and that was something that wasn't made a condition of the approval, that this was what the phase two was going to look like, exactly like this. There was not a condition that was identified. I can say, that the current project as it's presented, does meet, the staff already has recommended that the project be approved. It does meet the ordinance requirements. So whether if there was discussion about something that was going to be different in the future, there could have been hints of that, but there wasn't any specific requirements of that.
What was proposed for phase one is what was built aesthetically,
In line.
yeah, in line of what was proposed?
The site plan was built essentially exactly the way that it was approved, with one exception. They did run into a fair amount of ledge on the site, and they made some elevation adjustments. But in terms of the amount of structures, the 5 structures, 12 units, the look, the location, in terms of, there might have been a little shift on elevation, but in terms of exact location, it's pretty much all relatively the same. The road entrance, everything appears to be the same. So I think the only piece that maybe was an add-on that we kind of had to do after the fact is that because of the elevation changes, they had to put a booster pump in with at the water district's discretion. So they had to essentially meet the pressure demand for for public safety, essentially life safety and fire protection.
And that's something the city pays for, or is that something that they paid for?
So a part of that was paid by the developer. The design was paid by the developer. Some of that cost, which is, I think it was about $17,000 or $18,000, was paid. Part of it might be borne by the water district in their requirements. There was some back and forth, but the PUC was pretty clear in that decision that the water district couldn't charge them for it. So that was a result of that.
But how the water district chose to deal with that is really out of the purview of the city, because they're not a department of the city, correct? Like we didn't.
That is
we
correct.
couldn't tell them what to do or how to do it.
But I do want to note it, because if you go there physically on the face of the earth and you look at a site plan and you look out there may be an additional structure, and I wanted the public to be aware of it, that there was a change there.
Well, in the spirit of deliberation, I was kind of in the same vein of Riley from a traffic perspective, but more because I just didn't get an opportunity or I didn't have the packet right to review the traffic study that was done, and I did, and I no longer have concerns around it. So that's why I voted no, and that's my concerns are relieved at this point in time. So just wanted to share that with the board.
Stacy, if I could, as an associate member with a full board here, I'm not voting, nor can I do motions tonight. Is that correct, or seconds?
That is correct.
All right. I'd just like to make a couple clarifying comments from what I've heard so far. As a parent of a student at AMS, from my personal experience, the traffic into and out of the school plays a huge role as to what I experience on Court Street in that area. I'm not so convinced it's Stable Ridge. Secondly, from what staff shared, there was not a formal announcement that there would be a phase 2, but there were hints to it. So being rational people, we can think, well, chances are they could, they may not. If they do, the traffic pattern that exists now seems to work. I really think it's AMS that tends to be what's causing the most of the headaches there. Secondly, from what I recall from the first meeting, all those units in those buildings are either already occupied or accounted for, which tells me there is a need and a demand for quality, well-built homes for professionals and the working class in Auburn. Now, there's such a thing as growing pains, too. And in order for a community to grow, these are things we encounter, but I just wanted to put that out there.
So I definitely agree that we need more properties. We need, there is a housing shortage, but I do definitely disagree that in that neighborhood to have 10 pretty large buildings in a not, I think 5 was good. I did approve the first 5, but I do not believe that is the best location for 10 huge units. I think having it in outside a very busy area would be more beneficial to everyone.
Madam Chair. So, I guess I'll talk. I was going to wait until actual deliberation within a motion, but people are sort of sharing, discussing last meeting. Anyone that was at the last meeting or watched the last meeting knows that I voted no, and actually knows why I voted no at the time. I mentioned that I was of the opinion that this did not meet the character of the neighborhood. And I've been thinking about this, and I actually have friends that live on the Amberley Way, in the Amberley Way neighborhood, and to be honest, I had thought that would have been a much nicer. I would have very much liked it to be a single family home kind of cul-de-sac on that side of the road, mirroring the other side of the road. And the reality is, I would not have voted no based on character, citing that there were no multi-unit housing units in this single-family cul-de-sac. But I found myself arguing last meeting that there were no single-family housing units in this multifamily, essentially, cul-de-sac, which sort of really begs the question, which one of those is the character of the neighborhood? If I was going to say that I feel that the single-family structure should be imposed on a development that has multifamily, I would feel myself compelled in the future to state that any single-family development must include multifamily. That it is a tough decision. I agree with Tony that I'm not sure this is the very best place for it, but I'm not convinced that it's creating or will create the traffic hazard that already existed. I'm not sure that it will exacerbate it. They seem to have met the criteria of site plan review and special exception. We discussed things like frontage. We discussed things like the requirements in form-based code for glazing on different types of development. But anyway, I felt compelled to sort of explain that, since that is, I had made a very stiff comment during the last meeting. So,
Evan, to your point about the T42B zoning, there were some conversations around those, and I don't recall if we got an affirmative yes or no as to, are there issues that need to be addressed given the design of phase 2 with regard to window height, glazings, setbacks, or anything else. There was some conversation around it. I just don't remember. John, I don't know if you, are there any issues? I'm assuming there aren't any, given the fact that phase 2 has already been reviewed by city extensively.
There's none that I'm aware of.
I'd also like to clear up, I don't think this is going to create a traffic problem. We all know it already exists. I do think that the additional 405 trips generated by phase 2 would exacerbate it.
I do know there are a lot of single-family homes in that surrounding, like directly across the street and a little bit further down towards AMS. But also just around the corner, heading down Court Street, is multiple family housing that is older. So this would be potential upgrade on some of those apartments.
All right, so this is all good discussion. So any other questions for staff? Any other further discussion or dialogue? And/or we would entertain a motion.
Okay, because nothing can move forward without a motion, and if we sit here too long, Stacy will just call it and say that no motion is made. No action will be taken, and it will automatically default to an approval. I will make a motion under the pretense that once a motion is made, more deliberation can occur, and of course, a vote can be had. So, I make a motion to approve the site plan for the construction of the 60-unit multifamily housing project consisting of building 5 16,000 square foot, 3-story buildings with 90 parking spaces that exceeds the parking requirements of 75 spaces, that the project meets the requirements of section 60-1277, and further that the application meets the requirements of site plan ordinance section 60-45, section 60 549, I apologize, and section 60-554 of multifamily permitted uses under division 14 T42B of the form-based code with the following conditions. Condition A, that no development activity until any bonding or inspection fees is determined by the Auburn Engineering Department. That the applicant complies with the AWSD letter dated January 19th, 2023. That in lieu of fee for offsite improvements related to transportation of $37,809.30 be paid upon certificate of occupancy for the first constructed building in phase 2. And that D, with reference to sheet 6, a level lip spreader be included on the perimeter drain outlets, and that catch basin 4 be adjusted to the uphill side of the tip down.
All right, do I have,
And before I ask for a second, council, does referencing the ordinance constitute findings of fact?
No, you would either have to, depending upon what your action is, either adopt the findings set forth in the staff memorandum as presented to you, or the staff memoranda, I think there were a couple, or if you decide to deny, we'll need to go through the individual standards, determine which ones a majority of the board determined not to be met, and then you can adopt the staff memoranda as to the other standards, and we'll have to do specific findings as to those that you determine are not met.
My motion continues to state that adopting the findings of fact as presented within the staff memoranda on this topic.
all right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any deliberation, discussion? All right, seeing none, I will take a vote. All those in favor? Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5. So 5 in favor. All those opposed? 2 opposed, so the motion carries. All right. So the next item on the agenda is a public hearing and a text amendment to eliminate the income standard in all areas outside of the Lake Auburn watershed overlay as an ordinance text amendment as shown on the proposed text changes available, and you have the website. And so this is a city council directive to the planning board, and our action around this is to provide a recommendation back to city council. So I will pause and hand it over to staff.
Before we go on to staff, I would like to make a motion, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion that the planning board places a draft language that was emailed to us by staff onto the public record for discussion later in the hearing.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor? All right, it passes. Sarah?
Okay. So we have 2 public hearings tonight regarding the ag zone. We have one staff report covering really both of those public hearings. So, as a reminder, the proposal was that City Council directed the Planning Board, after consultation with the Sustainability and Natural Resource Management Board, to conduct a public hearing pursuant to Chapter 60, Article 17, Division 3 of the zoning ordinance, and report in writing the results of the hearings and recommendations of the Planning Board pursuant to Chapter 60, Article 17, Division 4 of the zoning ordinance to the City Council no later than March 20th, amended to April 18th, on whether to eliminate the income standard and the current strip zoning limitations in all areas outside the Lake Auburn watershed overlay as an ordinance text amendment as shown on the attached proposed text changes. And to get here, we have already workshopped this item a few times. We've reviewed some survey results, and so okay. So staff recommend, so we have a few options that we've talked about. The purpose of the public hearing for the max and text amendment is to hear from the public, to summarize results of the workshops, if we need to ask any questions of staff, see if we can clarify anything, and to make a recommendation on whether or not to eliminate the income standard outside the Lake Auburn watershed. So far we have heard a range of options. The first option was to recommend the elimination of the income standard without a replacement that connects housing to agricultural uses. Staff does not recommend this option, and it would require an amendment to the comprehensive plan if that were the option that were chosen. Option B is to recommend the elimination of the income standard with a replacement standard that maintains a connection of housing to agricultural uses. The board could recommend a timeline of 6 to 12 months to develop the new standard. And this option may not require an amendment to the comprehensive plan, depending on how it's structured. Staff also does not recommend this option. Option C is to recommend removing the strip zone limitations, which we'll talk about more in the second public hearing, in rural residential, seen on your maps as low-density rural residential and low-density country residential areas abutting the agriculture and resource protection zone outside the Lake Auburn watershed, as shown on the map, by expanding the residential portions of the lot to include the entirety of any lot that is partly rural res or low-density country residential zoned. This option would uphold the income requirement in the remaining agriculture and resource protection land, totaling about 14,735 acres, but allow for more housing opportunity in the remaining 5,610 acres, approximately. This option may not require amendment to the comprehensive plan, depending on how it's structured, and but likely would require an amendment. We don't recommend this option either. And finally, option D is to recommend that the proposed changes not be approved, the text amendment, but that a hybrid be considered as follows. This option combines elements of the income standards and the limitations of the residential strips. And staff recommends a zoning text change, and this option could be recommending a zoning text change eliminating the income standard outside the Lake Auburn watershed in the agriculture and resource protection zone in certain areas by changing the zoning to residential. This could be accomplished by amending the specific portions of the zoning map from agriculture and resource protection to a residential zoning designation, like a denser one, rather than what agriculture is, which is 10 acres for a minimum lot. Based on citywide planning, conservation, and economic service valuation map, and the proximity to existing developed areas. This option would uphold the income requirement in the remaining agriculture and resource protection zone and would necessitate a comprehensive plan and future land use plan change that can be facilitated within 8 to 12 months. This combines a modified version of the residential strip limitations map with the concept of growing outward from the core while creating significant new opportunity for housing and leaving much of the ag zone as it is. This option could be modified based on environmental constraints, economic and public input during the next 8 to 12 months, and this is the option that staff recommends. So I just want to talk for a moment about the maps of though this public hearing is about eliminating the income standard, the staff report and our recommendation combines an element of both. So to talk about it, I think I just first want to touch on the maps that the public got and the one that we're deliberating today. And then I'm going to also go over one edited map that I think more clearly shows the zoning currently and what is proposed by council that we're showing, and then what is closer to our recommendation. So this is the map here that we're discussing today. For folks who got this map, the acronyms were a little confusing. Low density, so LDCR, all of this area here in green stands for low density country residence, and it's a zoning district that allows for a house on a minimum of 3 acres for the lot size, and it has a minimum of 325 feet of road frontage. It's a residential zone that allows housing not connected to farming. This area in brown is LDRR, low density rural residence. It sounds very similar, and it is quite similar, but this district allows housing on slightly smaller lots, 1 acre minimum lot size with a minimum of 250 feet of road frontage. This area in blue represents the Lake Auburn watershed because this map change would not impact any part of the Lake Auburn watershed. The zones would not be expanded. This both category here, where you can see some of this cross-hatched area on the map, that on those parcels had both low-density country residents and rural residents on that. So that would be kind of up to the planning board and further deliberation as to what zones those would become. But right now, both are represented.
So, Catherine, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask a question.
Yep.
Am I allowed to do that? Okay.
Probably.
I don't know. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're staying on point, right? So, so when we had the workshop, right, we talked about City Council asking us about the recommendation to remove the income standard.
Yep.
And if I recall correctly, as a collective board, we were all in agreement with it. And then the agreement after that is to place an additional adoption to care for other considerations, right? So I feel like when I read D, right, from a suggestion standpoint, it said it would uphold the income requirement. So I guess I'm confused why we had collectively agreed to remove it with some caveats behind it for further discussion, but yet potentially we're reviewing parcels of land to continue it when the board said they were in agreement to remove it, and then rezoning. Like I'm feeling a little disjointed here in terms of what we had agreed upon at the workshop and what we're discussing right now.
Yep, and I can talk about that, and I'll finish up I think by continuing on the map, I can probably explain that a little bit. So, yep, so definitely, I think we're trying to take what what the planning board was discussing. The second map here shows the existing strips, the existing strip zones, and then if you expand out, it shows what, in the crosshatched, what the proposal is. And finally, to kind of get at Stacy's question, staff's recommendation is to combine a hybrid, which essentially, and this is kind of a little bit of an example of what something like that would look like. So in this example, there is an extended, the strip zones are extended out a little bit closer to the city core, because that is what is supported most heavily in the comprehensive plan is development out from the city core. And this area here in kind of highlighted in the red, kind of all of this spot is meant to be, we're suggesting that instead of having just 10-acre minimum lot size and having houses spread out across the ag zone far away from the city core, to have, to allow for denser housing in those areas because of the proximity to existing services and the ability to provide more housing within a shorter span. And also to, and then for the remainder of it to really allow for that future planning that wouldn't necessarily space housing throughout
Okay.
the ag zone. Does that?
Yeah, so when I look at what we had discussed from a workshop perspective, I feel like B, right, recommended the, need my glasses, right? Recommended the elimination of the income standard, right? So that is what we had all agreed to, with a replacement standard that maintains a connection of housing to agriculture. And albeit late, a planning board member did provide, I feel like, a little bit closer to what we had collectively agreed upon of removing the income standard with a replacement that still has some strong connection, right? Versus rezoning. I don't see anything from City Council asking us to rezone. I see City Council asking us to review the income standard and then provide a recommendation.
Right.
And again, board, help me out if you guys feel like I'm off base here in any way.
Oh, that's exactly what we were asked a question, and our general thought was that we'd still need something to protect the agricultural zone, and it sounds like the recommendation from staff is a zone change.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess just to add a little bit more to this, I think we did hear the staff, we heard the planning board rather loud and clear, but we are suggesting that 9,500 acres not be considered as suggested, the whole entire lot. So we're really adjusting the sum of, scroll up a little bit more, the other way.
Okay,
The other
down.
way, down. Right there, the numbers.
There we go, okay.
So the adjusted sum is 9,535 acres. We are suggesting that. We took a look, staff took a lot of time to look at what's existing for natural features, existing wetlands, large tracts of habitat, accessibility, and providing service from the core out. We took those considerations for economics. This was just an opportunity for the staff to boil down an option. It's not the end all, but it is an option. And we felt that was probably what we felt that was the best option going forward to address, lifting the income standards in a big part of the city. That adds, up to 12,911 acres of residential area. we took it a little bit further to indicate that, yes, so these are the areas that we want to identify, but we may even push it a little bit further in in an updated comprehensive plan where we get more return on investment in the land that's being invested here. You know, so if we're talking about minimum lot size at 10 acres for ag zone, here we're suggesting 1 acre or less. So for the amount of lots, I think there's equal amount of lots opportunity for the city. So this is kind of where we landed. There also could be a suggestion by the board, and this is also suggested in the comp plan, in the current updated comp plan. It wasn't really discussed much with the board, but knowing that this subject was going to come up today, I read through it again, and there's a provision in there that an individual landowner, you may ask about, well, what about the people in the 9,500 acres? What about them? Where's their opportunity? They have the ability under the comp plan and under the future land use plan and in the comp plan, the updated comp plan, to come back for a petition. They can provide the 35 signatures, and they could ask for lifting the income requirement. I think that that's a process that this planning board approved and suggested, and the council approved it, and the state approved it most recently. So I do want to bring that option up to folks, that this isn't the end all for that 9,500 acres that's still out there, as a suggestion by the planning staff.
John, I've got a couple questions, but I'll go one at a time. You had referenced an opportunity for people who were potentially in the remaining zone to get that waived. Are there opportunities for people who could potentially be in the ag zone now, but suddenly under here are looking at rural residential in their property to say, that's not what I want. I want to keep it as an ag zone. Do they have state different options or programs to do that?
So there's different options in terms of, if we're talking about taxes, there's tax and programs. There's the ag. I think that Evan did a great job on his markup. He identified very specific criteria for forestry uses and agricultural uses. He went right down through it. That, hey, if it met this criteria in the last 10 years, it shouldn't be considered. I think that there could be opportunity like that, and in addition to that, there's also opportunity for the individual landowner again to petition their land. But in terms of taxes, and there is state programs established that would help them out financially in that regard.
So, I will say I'm not sure kind of why we're having this conversation right now, because we're talking about two different processes. One process was asking us to look at the income standard and determine whether or not we could remove the income standard, and if we could, how. And right now we're talking about rezoning entire sections of the city, and that's a totally different process and a totally different thing. And someone brought up a point to me the other day that, about intent. And I think is important to note that if you've got 8 people sitting at the table here, you might have 8 different intentions. And when you are rezoning part of the city for increased density, it's pretty darn clear that the only intention is to increase density and provide opportunities for denser housing. That's not what you're talking about when you're talking about the income standard. You're not reducing density, and now it comes down to intent. There are some people that want to do it because they feel that people ought to be able to build a house on their land. I can tell you my intent is quite different. I think it's preposterous that the city would say, we want to have an agricultural and resource protection zone, and we will make the rule that anyone who's willing to till under all the land can build a house on it. So right now, our current zoning says the city is okay with the entirety of the ag zone being clear-cut for row cropping, if someone could do it. That's what our zoning says. So my intent is quite different. My intent is to say there ought to be a resource protection protections in that language. So I think that we're going to continue to get the income thing muddled because we already have different intents, but it's going to be further muddled if we continue down this road of discussion about rezoning. And the reality is, if that's something that we want to do to increase density in particular parts of the city, then we should have that discussion. But we should do that justice by having that discussion alone on its own merits, and we should do the ag zone justice by having the ag zone discussion on its own merits. That's my opinion.
Yeah, so I'm going to agree with Evan that our directive, again, straight and narrow from City Council, is to discuss the income standard. That is what was put forth to us, right? They didn't ask us to rezone. They asked us to remove the income standard. And, right, then if we had a suggestion to, as you know, Evan had said, still maintain a connection, right, to the ag use, then perfect. But I want to stay away from, we were not asked to rezone this to rural residential or low-density country residential and keep some of it the income standard. So I want to really stay like laser-focused on what's in front of us. I think, Riley, you want to say something?
Yeah, I believe the impetus for this question that we were being asked was because of LD 2003 potentially making the income standard no longer a legal requirement. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, the final paper or guidance on that or policy on that.
It was like that's what brought this question to our.
I think
in front
originally it was, yes. Yep.
And by with that reasoning, I think the option B is the only one that addresses that question fully and doesn't add any extra stuff into the problem.
Yeah, so I'm in agreement that B gets us a step further to what City Council asked us. You're in agreement with that as well. I guess I'll query the board.
I'm in agreement.
And I agree. B,
Okay.
we had the timeline of the 6 to 12 months we talked about.
Okay.
And I'd like the opportunity to review Evan's draft that was presented tonight. Haven't had an opportunity to take a look at it.
Yeah, so I apologize for getting that to you guys so late. I had actually sent that in January. It just never sort of made its way out to the rest of the planning board. And we've seen the staff report. I guess at some point we're going to have public input. My question would be to the chair, if it sounds like members of the planning board are interested in discussing that, do we want to at least do the public the favor of, before moving to public comment, projecting the language? If it's something that planning board members want to discuss, it's something that members of the public ought to be able to comment on. They can't comment on it if they haven't seen it.
I mean, I would be willing, if everyone would be willing to take a moment or two, and you can give us kind of a high-level overview of what you had taken a stab at when we looked at B, removing the income standard, and then C, replacing the standard. And that's what you did with this draft recommendation. You suggested removing it, and then you then had a replacement to it for language. So exactly, we have a full house here from a public hearing standpoint. So yes, if we can debrief them, and then also get everyone else up to speed too on it, I think that would be great.
Okay, and I will try to be brief. I'm not presenting this as any sort of final draft or anything. My process works if I have language in front of me, even if the language is maybe not what I would want finally, it's much easier to work from and get suggestions and feedback from other people. So in the draft, I started by redlining what council redlined with regard to the income, and We did hear from SNRB that a large portion of the property should be set aside. So I have language that restricts a single-family detached dwelling to a building envelope that is no more than 20% of the land coverage of the lot, and that residential development occur within the envelope, and that residential development consist of the residential structures, impervious surfaces, accessory to the residential use, structures accessory to the residential use, i.e. if you have a shed, and that's your residential shed, that's a residential use that needs to be within the 20%. If you have a cattle barn, that can be wherever you want it. If you have a barn for your home that you store your lawnmower in, that's a residential use, and that needs to be within your 20%. And also to include uses of the land accessory to residential use, but not accessory to other allowed uses within the zone, i.e. Pools, personal gardens, things like that. And then I included restrictions that residential dwellings would have to avoid being sited on soils of state significance or prime farmland, defined by the United States Department of Agriculture. That it avoid being sited on land determined to be essential habitat as defined by the State Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. That avoid being sited on land that is currently forested, unless it could be demonstrated to the planning department that non-forested land is not reasonably available. That it avoid being sited on wetlands, avoid being sited on steep slopes, that it not be built within the boundaries of the Lake Auburn watershed overlay, that it not be sited on any portion of a parcel that has been enrolled within the state of Maine's farmland tax program within the last 10 years. Let it not be allowed sited on any portion of a parcel that has been used to derive income through an agricultural use within the 10 years prior to construction. So that would be like if I wanted to split off 10 acres and all 10 acres has been hayed, well, income was derived from that hay, and so now a house cannot be built on the portion of that parcel that was hayed, unless you are not deriving income for 10 years prior to building the house. So you essentially have to not use the land. That it can't be sited on any portion of a parcel that's been enrolled in the state of Maine tree growth tax program within the 10 years previous to building the residence, and that it can't be sited on any portion of the parcel that's been used to derive income through the use of forestry plan or wood cutting within 10 years prior to construction. My goal there specifically was to say not all landowners with woodlots will use a forestry plan, and I wanted to avoid an individual choosing to say clear cut a woodlot in order to sell it as a house lot, but deriving income from clear cutting that lot prior. So if they were to do that, then a house would not be able to be built on that lot for 10 years. And that a residence constructed under the provision of this section could not continue to be occupied as a residence if they fail to meet any of those criteria that I just stated above. So if you were to say, get cheeky and build outside of your 20% envelope, then you've just lost your occupancy permit. So sort of add some teeth in there. I did the same provisions for the smaller lots that are between 6.1 and 10 acres. That's because those provisions were the same in the previous language. So I won't read them again, but it was the same restrictions. I suggested, and I'm not sure how well this plays, a density of 1 dwelling unit per lot as opposed to 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres. I think that sort of sets the tone that we're not looking to split these things up, these large parcels. So if you get a 90-acre lot, we're letting you have 1 house on your 90-acre lot, okay, because it's a single lot. That's it. In the yard requirements, we do have a minimum depth of 25 feet or 25% for the front setback, but I added a rear setback not to exceed so you can't go past 30% of the back lot, so trying to keep homes in the front because that rear land tends to be contiguous land. And it's worth noting with regard to dimensional regulations, the ag zone is unique in Auburn ordinances in that in all other zones, lot width is described as lot width. However, in the ag zone, it's described as frontage along an accepted roadway, which means you need to have 255 foot of road frontage on an accepted road in order to build. You cannot simply just have 255 foot wide lot, and I don't know how familiar planning board members are with that, but it actually makes quite a difference. It also prohibits, at that point, construction of back lots, again, trying to keep that, the back of those properties contiguous and conserved land. So that's my brief overview. I apologize if I took longer than I should have.
No, excellent. Okay, so kind of from a point of order here standpoint, I understand that this is a lot to digest for the board, and I'm sure for the public as well. I guess at this point, I would open it up to see if anyone has any further questions for staff, any further questions for Evan. If not, then we will move to public hearing, but I still would, yep, go ahead.
I just have one. I know we talk a lot about the Lake Auburn watershed area. Last time we were told by staff that there is a comparable Taylor Pond watershed area, correct? I guess in my love of the water and having grown up on Taylor Pond, would like to make sure that we try to protect the best we can that lake as well, pond, whatever, and would propose that in anything that we look at here, that we factor in the Taylor Pond watershed in addition to the Lake Auburn watershed. Just my thoughts.
I can tell you the only reason I didn't do that is because the Lake Auburn watershed and the Taylor Pond watershed are written quite differently. The Lake Auburn watershed overlay is clearly written to protect the lake and prohibit development, whereas the Taylor Pond watershed overlay is written to promote development under specific conditions. So it's basically the Taylor Pond watershed overlay is basically saying you may build as long as you are on a sewer lot, and it allows for some odd things that aren't allowed other places. Like the Taylor Pond watershed overlay actually allows for you to build a camp or a seasonal property or a home on a private way, which is not necessarily allowed other places, which is the only reason I didn't include it, because they're just two very different things. But there's no reason why we couldn't set a buffer or something like that. I just want to let you know why that wasn't.
Okay, any other questions before we move on? Okay, perfect. So before we move on to public comment, I would entertain a motion. So we have a fair amount of people, right, that would like to speak on two things. One is on the income standard and the elimination of the strip zone as well, right? And so I see a lot of new faces in the public, which is fantastic. So what happens is that you'll come up to the podium, you'll have 3 to 5 minutes to speak, you will give your name and your address, and then you'll have your public comment to us. And then after it is done, we as a board will address any questions that you have. So to make sure that we are all kind of equitable in what we need to accomplish tonight, I would entertain a motion that we limit public comment on each item to 1 hour. So the elimination of the income standard, 1 hour of public comment, each 3 to 5 minutes, and then back to the board for us to address the public comment. Then we're going to move on to the next item, which is the strip zone. Again, giving the public another hour's worth of time to talk to us about that. us taking the time to answer any questions and then deliberating on that. Then also, right, our end result is that we need to make a recommendation back to City Council and or next step. So we've got some time ahead of us. I mean, I know it's 7:30, but we're here for a while. But I want to make sure that everyone has a voice, the public, that we have a voice with the public, and then we also give City Council what they're looking for as well. So I would entertain a motion on both of those.
One quick question, and I'm totally in agreement. I noticed the City Council limits it to 3 minutes. Is there a reason why we go 3 to 5? Could we also potentially limit it to 3 minutes in addition, in order to allow additional people?
What I'll say for right now, because I know that we, I can take that back. I will definitely take that back. I mean, I don't know from an ordinance or statutory standpoint how that is, so I will definitely take that back. But just keeping with tradition, it's been 3 to 5. With that being...
Well, I'll jump in.
Yeah.
It's 5 because there is no time limit defined in ordinance or by the state. However, we have in the planning board policies and procedures adopted 5 minutes. So that's where that number comes from.
Thank you, Evan. So I'd entertain a motion.
A motion to limit the time or a motion to open public comment?
I'm sorry?
A motion about the hour time or a motion to open public comment?
A motion to limit each item agenda to 1 hour. So 1 hour's worth of public comment for the income standard, 1 hour's worth of comment for the strip zone limitation. So 1 each.
I would ask that if we're going to do 1 hour, that there are 3 items, that it'd be 1 hour for each of the 3 public hearings.
Sure.
To be fair.
Yep.
So moved.
Oh, I didn't hear. Okay.
You saw the motion, and I moved
Okay.
that motion.
Second.
All those in favor? Excellent. The motion passes. Okay, great. So I would like to have a motion to open public comment.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, excellent. So again, as I noted, come to the podiums. You have 5 minutes, your name and your address, and we can get started. This is about the income. Yeah, thank you so much, Tony. This is about the income standard.
Good? Yeah. Awesome. Razel Ward, 1372 North River Road in Auburn. And thank you and for all the work you've been doing. Thank you. I look forward to seeing that draft. And thank you to everybody in this room and the other room that has come out tonight, because I can tell this is very important to people. All I'm here to do today is tell you about Chapter 60, which is zoning, and Division 2, which is agricultural and resource protection district. Section 60-144, the purpose. The purposes of this district are to allow for conservation of natural resources and open space land, and to encourage agricultural, forestry, and certain types of recreational uses. It is declared to be in the public interest to retain and preserve open space lands, their economic contribution to the city, and primarily because these areas are so remote from existing centers of development that any added uncontrolled growth could result in an economic burden on the city and its inhabitants. This section shall be construed so as to effectuate the purposes outlined here and to prevent any attempt to establish uses which are inconsistent with these purposes or any attempt to evade the provisions of this division. Thank you very much.
My name is Braden Nadeau. I'm the owner and operator of Braden's Vegetable Stand located at 470 Hatch Road here in Auburn. I am here to tell you that I'm very concerned about the possibility of losing the ag zone. Ever since I was a young boy, I have spent most of my waking hours on the farm that my grandparents own. Farming is what I love and it's my future. I'm a future farmer and my hope is to continue living my dream here in Auburn. If the changes that are being talked about happen, my dream may not come true. I love farming and taking care of the land, and knowing that my hard work is helping to feed the community. If there are no farms, there is no food. I thought it was only kids who didn't understand that, but from what I'm hearing, many adults don't realize that either. Covering all the farmland with houses and house developments is not the right thing to do. Not only do I love to farm, but I love to hunt, ride my side-by-side, and snowmobile. If all the land is taken over by houses, I will not only lose my dream job, but I will lose space to do the things I love in my free time. Please keep this in mind while deciding the fate of the Auburn Ag Zone, because that decision will decide the fate of the future farmers in Auburn. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Jane Costlow. I live at 104 4th Street in New Auburn. I serve as chair of the Auburn Sustainability and Natural Resource Board, and in that capacity, I spent much of last fall working on the issues before you tonight. I want to briefly remind the Planning Board and those assembled here of the SNRB findings on the income requirement question and say a bit about the thinking behind them. So I'll limit myself to 3 key findings from the report, which we submitted on December 13th of last year. 1, the proposed text amendment should be rejected. The income requirement should not be removed until alternative, robust AGRP protections are in place. 2, the proposed text amendment violates many of the purposes and intentions for the zone outlined in the zoning ordinance, which we've just heard read. 3, the AGRP in its current form makes numerous economic and ecological contributions to the city of Auburn, many of which can be further promoted and would be compromised by undermining current zoning. So I'll share a bit about the thinking behind our recommendations. The AGRP makes economic, ecological, and aesthetic contributions to the city of Auburn and the region more broadly. It limits sprawl and the wasteful use of municipal services. It contributes to the local economy through agriculture, timber harvesting, and low-impact recreation. All of these currently exist and can be further developed and better tracked. Since the creation of the AGRP, understanding of the value of open space, natural resources, and conservation land has evolved. Forested land is essential in mitigating climate change. Open space and wildlife corridors contribute to the overall health of both humans and wildlife. The AGRP holds significant value for traditional recreation, hunting, and snowmobiling, as well as trail networks. The importance of agricultural land in New England is only increasing in light of extreme drought conditions in the American West and disruptions to food supply like the ones we saw during COVID. Economic growth and conservation are not at odds with each other. A 2019 study by economists at Amherst and Harvard looked at the relationship between increased conservation land and growth in employment in a study of 1,500 New England towns and cities. I'll quote them. We found that when land conservation increased within a town or city, local employment responded positively over the next 5-year period, even after controlling for other confounding factors. Stewardship of the land creates places where people want to live and they want to work. It also allows continued production of timber and non-timber forest products on many of those lands. And land protection facilitates increased tourism, increased arts, and outdoor recreation. The income requirement for building in the AGRP should not be removed until alternative robust protections are in place. In our report, we recommended planning staff undertake a process to determine where targeted development might be appropriate. We urged them to avoid areas of high conservation value, to avoid fragmentation, to avoid conflict between uses, to prioritize proximity to existing water and sewer, and to build no new impervious surfaces.
The planning staff, as you've heard, carried through on our recommendations and has done heroic labor, quite frankly, to come up with the beginning of a specific hybrid recommendation. I applaud their efforts. But as they acknowledge, significantly more time is needed to refine those proposals. The final recommendation from SNRB in December was related to process, and I'll close with this. We need to establish best practices for community input and involvement in decision-making, building consensus through transparency, inclusion of stakeholder perspectives, and a fair balancing of competing goals and needs for a future Auburn. Thank you.
Scott Berry, 179 Davis Avenue. I'd like to submit this to the board, each you have, so you can read along my statement. I am here tonight to support the Auburn Planning Board members in eliminating the criteria of 30% income rule to build a home in an agricultural zone. I find the rule very repressive and downright racist, bigoted, discriminatory against people who would want to own a home in a particular zone. It reminds me of the lords and ladies of the manor who were repressive to the common man and woman who wanted to own their own land. Some of my ancestors who were Irish were denied owning land because they were no better than slaves, indentured servants. If they could manage to own a piece of land, it came at a heavy price. Same with that criteria you have there. This rule resembles the Jim Crow laws of the South when the African Americans wanted to vote. There were many stipulations to put them to vote, which many of them were denied the right to vote because of the repressive actions of the few. I don't believe the citizens of Auburn want to be known to be in favor of a racist rule, especially in 2023. I think we are better than that. From what I understand, there are 2 cities here in Maine, and one of them is in Auburn. I don't know where the other one is. You should find out with this repressive rule. What I don't understand is why the Fair Housing Commission here in Maine hasn't stepped in on it. I know the theory behind the rule is admirable to save open space, but there are other avenues that could be used for the purpose. Instead of using Marxist component to blanket someone's land, you could approach the landowners for the land and pursue them to put their land in a land trust, make some kind of addition to the landowner's deed with a professional. There may be other ways, but I don't have time to research it. I really would like to see the land go back to the books for a higher tax rate to help the taxpayers here in Auburn with a better tax base. This would be a plus to Auburn. Auburn, Maine has not been an agricultural hub for many years, and it also hasn't been a forestry hub for many years. Auburn is a business and small manufacturing hub. There is no regressing to the past. In 2017, there was 1,307,056 acres of farmland across Maine. I also can tell you the number is shrinking. And why do I know it's shrinking? I sell real estate across Maine. I travel most of the state of Maine except for Aroostook County. I see solar farms filling these fields. I saw a forest cut down for solar panels. How is that happening? I would like to know that. We lose sight of what happened with all the solar panels, which, by the way, will become hazardous waste and flood our landfills. We talk about open space. How do you walk around or through a solar panel field? What happens to all the vegetation that the wildlife relied on, and what happens to wildlife? So in closing, I ask the planning board to rescind the 30% rule. It is racist. Thank you very much.
My name is David Griswold. I live at 199 Gamage Avenue. I'm a licensed Maine forester and a member of the ad hoc group that presented the SNRB recommendation. I want to call your attention to a document which was developed by the SNRB, Appendix B, that was removed from the original from the final report from the SNRB, but was intended to be delivered to you as a separate document. I haven't seen it in the packages, so I'm not sure whether you've gotten it. When I came to Maine to go to college, one of the courses I remember taking was environmental economics. And for some reason, 50 years later, one thing made a particular impression on me, the idea of economic externalities. There are many things that we can measure that go into economic equations, but there are many things that we can't measure or haven't measured adequately. The example that I ran into when I came to Maine, you're probably too young to remember, was the pollution in the Androscoggin River. There were plenty of measures of cost of doing business and the value of paper mills and what have you, but there was no estimate or number available for the impact of the pollution on society. Auburn can easily determine the value of house lots from a tax perspective. They can value real estate houses, but they've done very little to value the other economic values of the ag zone, specifically recreation. I checked with city staff, and they have no idea what the usage of Mount Appetite is. There's no farm inventory in Auburn to speak of, and there's been no evaluation on the cost of the city services that would be driven by building houses indiscriminately across the city. The state doesn't put a particular value on agriculture, but they have said in the Maine Won't Wait strategy that they want to increase food consumption in Maine from state food producers from 10% to 20% by 2025 and to 30% by 2030. For a lot of reasons, it makes sense to grow more local food. The other key Maine strategy is that they have a goal to increase by 2020 the total acreage of conserved land in the state to 30%. That's to help us reach our environmental goals. On the subject of agriculture, in 2017, the USDA did their agricultural census. It's the last report available. In Androscoggin County, there were 409 total producers. 107 of those were under 35 years old, and 332 were characterized as new or beginning farmers. So farming is not a dead occupation. In fact, Androscoggin County in 2017 ranked 6th among Maine counties with sales of over $40 million. So there is an economic opportunity for more agriculture and profitable agriculture in Auburn. Droughts in the West are restricting acres. It's going to take potentially 5 million acres of farmland out of production because there's not going to be enough water given the droughts for the last 20 years. The food's going to have to come from somewhere else. In terms of the importance of woodlots and forest management, we don't have any local information for Auburn on forestry. The Maine Forest Service collects information on a county basis, and through my contacts with the Forest Service, I was able to get some Auburn-specific information and have worked up some information that may be helpful to you. Over the last 20 years or so, the annual harvest in Auburn is about 428 acres. To put that in perspective of what you might relate to, the landowner, after all the costs of logging and trucking and delivered price are taken into account, based on 2020 stumpage rates that the Forest Service provides, a tractor-trailer truckload of firewood is worth about $299 to the landowner. A load of pine logs is worth $1,200. So to say
Thank
that
you,
any
sir. Your
house-
time is up. I really appreciate it. And I know the board appreciates it as well. We have a lot of people, so I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thatcher Carter. I'm with Maine Farmland Trust. Good evening, Chair LeBlanc, members of the City of Auburn Planning Board, and members of the City of Auburn Planning staff. My name is Thatcher Carter, and I am the Municipal Policy Associate with Maine Farmland Trust. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you this evening on the board's recommendation for the proposed zoning amendments to the City of Auburn's Agriculture and Resource Protection Zone. My comments tonight are intended to reflect the significant local importance of this issue, and by representing a statewide organization and not being an Auburn resident myself, I acknowledge that my perspective is limited given the years of work and discussion leading up to this meeting. I applaud those who have volunteered their time to work on these very complex issues. How I did want to use my time tonight is to speak on some statewide trends impacting farmers, farmland protection, and agriculture with the hopes that this perspective can help to inform the board's decision about how to move forward with recommendations for the proposed zoning amendments. Maine Farmland Trust is a member-powered statewide organization that protects farmland, supports farmers, and advances the future of farming. Since our founding in 1999, MFT has helped to permanently protect more than 330 farms and keep nearly 60,000 acres of farmland in farming. Though, in large part due to the protections afforded by the Ag Zone, MFT has protected very little farmland here in Auburn. Protecting farmland in Maine is a principal part of MFT's mission because we believe it is essential for ensuring that we have the land base to grow our agricultural economy, particularly as more farmers reach retirement age and development pressure across the state increases. The state's new Climate Action Plan recognizes farmland conservation as a key natural climate solution by avoiding the greater emissions associated with developed land, by ensuring that there is land needed to create greater food security for our state, and by preserving the climate benefits that can result from farmers using climate-smart practices on the land. When considering the benefits of farms to communities, it is also critical to emphasize the local fiscal benefits that can be created. Although farms may generate less tax revenue than residential properties, they require even less in the way of public infrastructure and services. More than 30 years of cost of community service studies show that farms require a median cost of 37 cents in services for every dollar of tax revenue collected, whereas residential properties require a median cost of $1.16 in services. Again, that's for every dollar of tax revenue collected. Agriculture is also a key component of Maine's economy, contributing over $3.6 billion in economic impact and supporting over 27,000 jobs statewide. Governor Mills' 10-year economic development strategy identifies the food sector in Maine and the sectors that support it, like farming, as one of the 4 areas most ripe for economic development because of the state's current strengths, the growing global demand, and the potential for job creation. But unfortunately, Maine's farmland, the foundation of our state's agricultural economy, is a precious and limited resource. Soils that are classified by the Natural Resource Conservation Service as prime farmlands and soils of statewide importance are the most conducive to productive farming, and NRCS soils data show that they make up only 14% of the state's total land area. Farmland across the state is facing development pressure coming from many different competing land uses. According to the USDA Census of Agriculture, between 2012 and 2017, Maine lost more than 570 farms and roughly 10% of its farmland, about 146,000 acres. Access to farmland is also central to growing Maine's agricultural economy. Farmland access has become increasingly challenging for both established and beginning farmers in Maine, not only due to development pressure and the cost of land, but also due to an influx of commercial solar development across the state, as well as PFAS contamination on farmland. These challenges, coupled with the numerous benefits farms create for communities and the critical role agriculture plays in our state's economy, together underscore the importance of proactive strategies to protect agricultural resources and support farmers at the local level. 2 of the farm-friendly municipal strategies that Maine Farmland Trust promotes are the use of community farm surveys and the establishment of a local agricultural commission to engage farmers in local policy and planning efforts and ensure that these efforts are informed by farmers' needs and priorities. It is great that Auburn has established the Sustainability and Natural Resources Board and its associated Natural Products and Agriculture Working Group, as well as administered multiple surveys aimed towards gathering input from local stakeholders, including farmers, about the Ag Zone. It's important for these farmer engagement strategies to meaningfully inform and guide local policy decisions and planning initiatives that will impact local agriculture. To close, I wanted to return to a statement that was made in an earlier planning board meeting by a member of the SNRB. To paraphrase, that member stated that in doing research, it was clear other Maine municipalities were designing ordinances to produce conservation land to the benefit of the municipality, whereas Auburn has the advantage of already having it. Based on MFT's experience working with other Maine municipalities on ways to protect farmland and support farmers through policy tools and planning strategies, we want to amplify the significance of this point. This message, one of proactive as opposed to reactive farmland protection, should be central in moving forward with recommendations for the Ag Zone zoning amendments. Thank you very much for your time and for the chance to provide comments on this very important issue. In light of the 5-minute time limit, I have printed copies that I would like to hand out as well.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, you had like 10 seconds left.
Good evening. Bruce Bickford, 64 Cameron Lane in Auburn. Good luck to you guys tonight. I know it's going to be a very long night, and as a recovering city councilor and recovering state representative, I know what late nights can be. So I want to stay on point, and I want to talk about the income requirement. Not everybody can farm. Not everybody has the proper soil to farm. Farming is a choice. If you want to live in ag and you want to farm, why not? And if you don't, and you want to build a house, you should be able to. It's your land. This isn't China. It's not Russia, Venezuela. This is a free country. It's a free state. If I want to build on my land because I can't walk up and down my stairs at night because I have to use a stair lift, I should be able to build a ranch on my property where I can't farm. I don't have the ability to farm, I don't have the soil to farm, and I have a wife that works full-time and has no time to farm. When this passed, back in the early 60s, I believe, it did two things. It kept the French in Lewiston, and it kept the blacks out of Auburn. It was racist. I agree with the gentleman that spoke earlier. It was racist. It kept Auburn. Lewiston was predominantly Catholic, and Auburn made sure it stayed that way. Auburn stayed primarily Protestant because of this law. Yeah, there's a Catholic church in Auburn. How many? One? Why? Why is because of this income requirement. It is Chinese law. We don't need it in Auburn. And if someone has a problem, if they don't want to build a house on their land because they're good farmers, so be it. They fall under the ag property tax law. Once they build a house, that's when they can have their property changed to pay for a house lot. It's very, very simple. There are people that are really concerned that, I'm getting ahead and I apologize, but there are people that are very concerned that if you pass zoning laws, you're going to affect their property taxes. And I only say they shouldn't worry because that should not be how it goes. It should be only if they build, their property taxes should change. Otherwise, if Auburn wants all this ag land, then you should go to all the people that live in ag land, have the city buy their property, make it open space. They can still enjoy it. You're going to lose a lot of property tax dollars. Because if other people that have ag land, more than 4 or 5 acres, if they put their land in open space, guess what? Auburn gets a very, very small percentage. I want to thank you very much and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Blaine Flanders. I live and own a home in Auburn. Today I'm providing testimony on behalf of the Good Food Council of Lewiston, Auburn. The Good Food Council has existed for 10 years as a community-based organization working to foster collaboration to create and support improvements to the food system from farm to fork within the local region. By design, the Good Food Council seeks to bring together community members of all backgrounds, local food producers, public-private entities, and policymakers toward the creation of collaboration, long-term solutions for a resilient and equitable local food system. We have been recognized by local municipalities as bringing a body of expertise and collective voice to food system issues, including recently being invited to the city to support the Comprehensive Plan Committee in the recent comp plan update process, specifically helping to develop a new Section K, promoting food access and production, and growing the agriculture economy. We're a volunteer organization, currently with a 17-member board, 7 of whom who are Auburn residents. We take an interest in this rezoning because its potential long-term effects on agriculture production in the region and its misalignment with community vision outlined in the comprehensive plan. So while we recognize that the current income standard utilized in the AGRP is an imperfect tool, including for those looking to build homes, to start farm businesses, or homestead, we strongly encourage the planning board to recommend to the city council that they reject the proposed changes to the ordinance for the following reasons. The changes would negatively impact the ability of the city to implement the comprehensive plan policies, goals, and strategies, specifically those contained in the future land use, natural resources policies, and promoting food access and production and growing the agriculture economy. There has not been enough time since passage 1 year ago of the new comp plan chapter on food access and agriculture to develop priorities, and opening up the AGRP land for residential develop now will negatively impact the ability to achieve these goals. Further, this unilateral change would raise taxes across the zone and thus threaten the viability of existing farms. The proposed changes could open the city up to potential litigation as they are not aligned with the comprehensive plan. If the income and strip zoning standards are to be stricken, they need to be replaced simultaneously with alternative restrictions based on a community engagement planning process that determines publicly held and shared goals and priorities for the AGRP land use that are in the alignment with the comprehensive plan. Further, we recommend that the following critical actions be taken prior to the development of ordinance changes to the AGRP zone so that both city decision makers and the public have necessary information to develop changes. Land most valuable for conservation, for agriculture, and natural resource purposes should be identified. This is because present and future local farms and other agricultural-based businesses require preservation of land that has the appropriate natural resource characteristics, such as suitable soils and slopes. The comprehensive plan specifically contains a chapter that emphasizes the importance of these sectors. A community-engaged planning process to identify the AGRP goals and priorities should commence in conjunction with the refinement and modification of the staff-recommended option D. We appreciate that the effort that staff has put into the process so far and agree that a minimum of 8 to 12 months is needed to finalize this work. In closing, we offer that once land is developed, there is no returning. The zone currently contains agricultural soils of prime and statewide significance. The underdeveloped land in the AGRP represents in large part the future of this urban area's ability to produce food as local as possible, which is key to local economic resiliency. This land is an invaluable resource that many communities across the country wish they still had, so it is worthy of careful planning. We ask that the Planning Board reject the proposed changes to the ordinance at this time. The Good Food Council of Lewiston, Auburn is a willing partner in this process. Thank you.
Michelle Melarano, 576 Trap Road. About 12 years ago, I appeared before the Planning Board and the City Council to request a zoning ordinance language amendment within the AGRP zone, where I own property. The language change was to request several different types of composting operations to be allowed by special exception in the AGRP zone. At the time, the only language that included composting, which is distinctly agriculture-based, was the special exception for municipal sludge composting. The proposed language for other types of composting was clearly ag-related, and the Planning Board and City Council at that time agreed that it belonged squarely in the AGRP zone. Obviously, it was not something that was or would become allowed in residential or other zones. Just prior to my petition, another request was also approved. That time, it was to allow slaughterhouses in the AGRP zone by special exception as well. Again, it was clear that, that this function was something that should only be allowed in the Ag RP zone. My particular composting operation provides an extremely important agricultural service. Through composting, we provide above-ground burial of livestock and other routine mortalities. It is a meticulously engineered facility that is designed and managed with environmentally responsible protocols. For every animal that we compost above ground, we prohibit that decaying body and the euthanasia solution from contaminating our soils and our water sources. By contrast, whenever something is buried in the ground, whether that be a mouse or a mountain of horse flesh or other livestock flesh, the soil and water contamination is an absolute certainty that can't be mitigated. My operation is contained within my Ag RP zoned property and surrounded by woods that are in a forestry management plan. It's not easily visible from the road. Currently, there are no houses within sight of my operation. If that changes, however, the new neighbors will most certainly think they have issues with my business. They will fabricate that there are predator issues. There are not. They will smell with their eyes, I'm sure you're all familiar with that term, and claim that there are odors associated with the operation. There are not. They will have concerns with what they think they or their children might see, such as the unloading of deceased horses from my horse trailer as they are handled and placed for above-ground burial. If they or their children do see this, they are trespassing. If these changes to the Agriculture Resource Protection Zone are approved, where will composting operations, where will slaughterhouses, where will vegetable farms, hay farms, livestock farms, cemeteries be allowed to exist? Where will people hunt and snowmobile? I'm not sure if you're aware, but Auburn is consistently among the 3 towns within the state for the number of deer harvested every single year. Undoubtedly, we bring in a lot of out-of-state money for that, but no one seems to have those numbers available. What about open space, prime soils, wetlands, wildlife habitat? What happens to all of those? The very specific purpose of the Ag RP zone speaks to the importance of all of those things. And they must be considered and they must be protected. If you vote to recommend these changes as they're written, and the ones that we've only heard about tonight but not seen the written on, they clearly only favor development. And Auburn's Agriculture and Resource Protection Zone, I guess it's funny, will be gone. It will never be recovered from that point. Thank you.
Hey, Chris Carson, 110 Jakes Road, Auburn. I want to thank you guys for taking the time to listen to everybody's opinions and holding public hearings on this evening. I think it's an important issue. The Farm and Forest Zone, as it was originally called, which is today now known as the Agriculture and Resource Protection Zone, was created in 1964 specifically to address issues preventing urban sprawl and limiting the cost of serving far-flung areas of Auburn. This emphasis on limiting costs is something that comes through again and again. It's a recurring theme that runs through Auburn comprehensive plans since the 1950s, and you can find it in the 2021 plan as well. City services like public water, sewer, fire, police, trash pickup, road work, plowing, schools, they cost significantly more to extend to the furthest reaches of Auburn. And this is not only acknowledged as fact, but it's enshrined repeatedly in city documents and reports. As early as 1958, the city commissioned the Blackwell Report, and it emphasized the need to limit housing and develop the core areas of Auburn. I'll quote from the report, obviously, an Auburn of 66 square miles, of which only 5 square miles are at all densely built up, and much of the remaining 60-odd square miles is scarcely expected or desired to be built. And Auburn's management problems would not be met by indefinite scatteration of houses throughout the woods, was the report's conclusion. This was 1958. The current comprehensive plan lists the ag and resource protection zone in the non-growth areas of the future land use plan. It defines those areas as areas that are either unsuitable for development or in which the city desires to see little growth and development over the next 10 years. So these are areas that we are not looking to grow, according to the comprehensive plan. And it justifies this by saying that, and I'm going to emphasize this, the district is characterized by rural, very low-density development pattern that limits sprawl and minimizes cities' service costs. Cost of community services studies have consistently found that the service costs incurred by agricultural and resource protection land are far lower than the costs associated with suburban residential development. In short, cows and chickens don't call 911 or send kids to public school. In fact, cost of community services studies find that suburban residential development, single-family homes, incur service costs that outweigh their tax contributions. So somewhat ironically, communities rely on commercial and agricultural taxpayers to subsidize residential neighborhoods. As someone pointed out earlier, the median cost per $1 of tax revenue for providing public services for commercial and industrial lands is around 29-30 cents. For working and open lands is about 35 cents, that's ag land. And for residential land, it's about $1.16, and I've seen it as high as $1.30. The impact of the changes being considered here tonight would be uneven and uncontrolled development, often in areas furthest from the city core where the cost of providing city services is the highest. This is the opposite of smart growth. What the City Council is asking the Planning Board in the resolve to eliminate the income standard and remove the limits on strip zones directly contravenes the comprehensive plan description of the purpose of the zone. I'd respectfully ask that you respond with a strong no to the City Council resolves, and that you indicate a more thorough conversation, as I think Evan did earlier, although I don't know the details. That was quite involved, Evan, what you brought up there. To determine if there are areas of the Ag RP that could be rezoned in a way that would encourage development closer to the core. Thank you again for your time.
All right, so I want to do a quick time check. We've got about another half an hour, and I do see some folks that are in line to speak, and I just want to make sure that as we're addressing the board and, you know, providing your thoughts and considerations, that if someone has already mentioned something, so I've heard several themes over and over. No, I've heard several themes, that if you've got an additional theme that we're taking notes, I think, as you guys can see that we're making sure that we're addressing all areas and all constituents will have time.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Good evening, all. My name is Chloe Myers. I farm at 304 Soapers Mill Road. Thank you for hearing me this evening. My husband and I were able to purchase this farmland with the great help of family and friends. This will be our first year farming at this property. I do want to note that supporting a local food and farm economy is not regressing into the past. It is actually very future forward thinking. I will be sharing a message from Francis Ains of the Maine Labor Climate Council on his behalf. Dear members of the Planning Board and City Council, my name is Francis Ains, and I live at 86 Skillings Corner Road in Auburn. Due to a sick child at home, I am unable to attend tonight's public hearing at the Planning Board meeting. So I'm conveying my comments here in the hope that they will be considered along others. I urge you to reject the 4 options in the staff report as they pertain to the AGRP income requirements and strip zone limitations, items 5 and 6 on tonight's public agenda. Below, I outline my rationale as well as alternatives to the options currently on offer. As you know, considerable city resources in time, money, and public engagement have been spent in recent decades studying the issue of what to do with Auburn's ag zone. The fact that the reasons for amending the AGRP are constantly changing, it's variously been pitched to us as a matter of fairness to AGRP landowners, as a strategy to grow Auburn's tax base, as a way to modernize our zoning, and as most recently as a solution to the very real housing crisis facing Maine and the United States. This has fueled suspicions and sadly undermined the possibility of building consensus around sensible alternatives. 4 years ago, as a faculty member at Bates College, I conducted a scientific survey of the AGRP landowners, in which 43% of all landowners participated. I have attached a summary of the results, which I will share for reference. Let's see. 1, people clearly wish for maintenance of the AGRP primarily as a working forest and farming landscape. 2, maintenance of exemplary water quality, soil resources, and recreation opportunities, not only in the Lake Auburn watershed, but throughout the entire AGRP. And 3, for future housing and commercial development to be concentrated to the urban core, with a particular preference for the revitalization of Auburn's old mill buildings. Although we did not have resources to run this survey citywide, the other studies and a multitude of public hearings on the issue over the years suggest that the results would remain consistent, even with a larger sample size. Suggesting otherwise feels like putting in town versus AGRP residents against each other rather than a serious hypothesis. Because simply saying no is not the most constructive approach to addressing complex social and political challenges, I would instead urge council to consider alternatives to the 4 points of the planning board tonight. Some of these are already outlined in a Sun Journal article released June 26th of 2022, and some have emerged from the various planning committee and working groups that have studied the ag zone issues over the years. If today's question before the planning board and eventually council is sincerely motivated by a desire to make Auburn a place that is attractive and actually affordable to working people of typical income means, that is a worthy pursuit. That question deserves serious dedication of time, resources, and public participation. And an Auburn Housing Commission with hearings in every ward and neighborhood in the city would be a good place to start. Though ultimately we ought to think together with other municipalities at the state level too. Zoning has a role to play, but it's a much, much smaller role than is suggested by those wishing to modernize the AGRP. Simply unleashing market forces by strip zoning every last mile of rural Auburn will not solve our problems. Excuse me. Unleashing market forces. It's the most expensive way to build, this strip zoning. It's the most expensive way to build. Won't do a thing to get to the root of the housing affordability problems. And if anything, will simply drive land prices up.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Goodwin. I live on 1044 Old Danville Road in Auburn. I own around 100 acres of beautiful forest land. This land is sacred to me. It's been in our family for 200 years. People in our community come over and enjoy going hiking, biking, nature walks, photographing the wildlife. They bring their children on walks. They bring their dogs on walks, snowmobiling, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, hunting. They come to get away from the complicated world we live in so they can rest their head for a while. It's therapy for all of us to take in the peacefulness and the beauty of the nature here. Let's not forget the wildlife that is out there. Many species of animals which will no longer have homes. They were pushed out from Woodbury Road when they built homes for the rich. At least they had a place to go on my land, where they are thriving very well. There are also many species of birds who will lose their habitat. You would be taking so much from the community and the animals, not to mention you would be polluting the land, wildlife, and the streams which flow down to the Royal River. The whole ecosystem, just for a lousy buck. Once it's gone, it's gone. Remember, people voted for you because they trusted you to help them, protect them, not destroy them and their homes. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Planning Board. My name is Peter Moore. I'm a landowner on the Pownell Road and the Jordan School Road. Listening to the conversation at the last workshop dealing with this Ag Zone income test, I was struck by the amount of fear and worry expressed by Planning Board members over the removal of the income test. Seemed like almost all board members were looking to replace this one offending provision with yet another equally onerous set of restrictions, as though the 40% of the city's land mass didn't already have enough restrictions. For those not fully aware, the current Ag Zone ordinance has created two classes of property owners in the Ag Zone. When the ordinance was created in the early 1960s, it was heavily influenced by existing farmers in the community. Remarkably, the new enacted ordinance largely did not apply to them. Landowners with existing farm residences were grandfathered from the key provisions of the ordinance. They didn't need to demonstrate they earned 50% of their household income from farming, and they didn't need to demonstrate they were actively farming 10 acres or more in the manner defined in the ordinance. In addition, there was no requirement for future owners of those existing farm residents to meet those standards either, not income, not even land use as a farm. And perhaps equally important was that if they stopped farming, they would not be forced to leave their homes, unlike the current ordinance, which allows the city to force farm residents to leave their homes for failing to meet income and land use standards. This set up a situation where any property in the Ag Zone with a home that existed before the ordinance was enacted could continue to be involved in agriculture or not. But now, anyone wishing to build a new farm residence in the Ag Zone has to meet an income test, an agricultural use test, and be subject to removal from their farm residence if they fail to maintain those standards, without any compensation, I might add. This idea of having created two classes of landowners in the same Ag Zone is repugnant to me, to say the least. This ordinance is cruel at its core, and the income test and removal from one's home must be purged from this ordinance as soon as possible. There really is no defense of these provisions, in my opinion. It doesn't need any other restrictions to replace these two draconian provisions. The ordinance is about the use of land, not who uses the land. Removal of the income test does not change or damage the intention of the zoning or use of the land. But removal of the income test will go a long way, not all the way, toward eliminating the two-class system of zoning. It was exclusionary zoning back in the 1960s, and it's still that way until the city changes it. It has been 5 years now since Mayor LeVake has convened various committees, task forces, and hired consultants to evaluate this uniquely cruel ordinance. Doesn't everyone realize the ordinance hasn't promoted agriculture? There are fewer farms in Auburn now than back in the 1960s, and it appears they are no more prosperous now than back then. In fact, the recent agricultural census shows the average farm family in Androscoggin County
earns less than 25% of their income from farming. So I believe the time to act is now, not sometime in the indefinite future. There is, however, a silver lining in this cloud. The beauty of removing the income test will be to unleash the creativity and power of innovation of Auburn citizens owning land in the ag zone. Let them find new ways to use their land, still in keeping with the approved uses within the ordinance, of which there are many, but without any oppressive and restrictive test that has nothing to do with how the land is used. Just look at the ag zone now. It's 40% of the city's landmass that's largely kept out of the economy of the city. In fact, a full 75% of the ag zone land is now forested. So imagine what could be done on that land if you unleash the energy and creativity of existing and future landowners. There's no telling what kind of agriculture and recreational uses the land could support. There are so many possibilities, so many approved uses on the land in the ag zone already, but most people starting something new, they want and need to live on their land for more reasons than I have time to describe this evening. Thank you.
My name is Pam Rousseau. I live at 745 West Auburn. The planning board, you have a very important job. And I think that John Blaze gave us a little hint on what the city council has in store for our agricultural land, not to have very much of it. It is important to understand that if the elimination of income happens, taxes will go up. I am thinking of a friend of mine who lives down the road. When it went from $350 to $750, which you did table, her taxes would have gone up $1,000. And now with the strip zoning going all the way back to the end of her lot is what is proposed in the mind of the city council, that's going to raise her taxes up even more. The land will not be taxed at ag rates, but as buildable lots, as we've been told. Yes, right now the ag zone is taxed lower, but that allows people to buy the land. I work with immigrants, and many of the immigrants are farmers. And it would be great if we had more farmer immigrants that came in to use our land. That might be something. It is a benefit to have our farms. It isn't just wasted land, as I have heard several times. Our environment is changing. We need to think about the importance of farms. You've already heard about the 30% goal of Maine produce. Let's talk on the cost of services. So the taxes on these houses, if that happens, of 10 acres lots, is certainly not going to be affordable, and certainly going to be much more exclusatory than things are now. It is $250. I asked the water district $250 to build, put in water and sewer for, I'm not very good at measurement, for 1 foot. Okay? Then we have, I don't know if you listened to the January 18th, 2022 Fire Department presentation. They have 3 areas that are huge. You add more to one, we are going to need more fire departments. We are going to need more trucks. We may even need a whole new building, which I looked in, the Brunswick one is over $6 million. And as we just heard from the assistant or the city manager's report, we are way going into huge costs. Then we have to think about the cost of the police department. I've been keeping track on it. Our numbers in crime are going up, and if you have a lot more people on the outside, we're going to have to hire more police officers. Lastly, don't forget the money that is used for the recreation to bring into the city. Recreation requires recreation that requires ag and resource protection land. I did check with Reed's. It was about 60 deer that were tagged here in Auburn. We have 3 snowmobile clubs here in Auburn. I belong to one of them. And I have snowmobile to Terry and Maxine's. I've used the gas. We give money to the city by going out to eat. Then there's hiking, there's snowmobiling, there's cross-country skiing, there's fat biking. My hiking boat group goes to restaurants here in Auburn after our hikes. Max, 84 Court Street, Pat's Pizza, Gritty's. I can only say there because they're open on Mondays. And not to mention Lost Valley, Side by Each. So it's not like people that use these ag zones aren't spending any money here. They are. We need our ag zones. We need our recreation. And I have a question, and you guys just passed this. 25 signatures. Ag zone and rural residential in East Auburn was able now on steep slopes and in swamp land. They just get a waiver, they get petitions, and you allow them to do whatever. So if somebody wants to do whatever, why can't they just do the exact same thing as the East Auburn developer did, the realtor did? So it doesn't seem to me like making a blanket.
Thank you for your time. We all appreciate it.
Stephen Beal, 575 Johnson Road. I want to redirect the conversation to the specifics of the income requirement, if I may. There have been presented just tonight Mr. Sears' very comprehensive reworking of the entire ordinance structure for the Agriculture and Resource Protection Zone, which includes substantial matter directed to the income standard. Also, the city staff, as of last Friday, very late in the afternoon, generated its staff report, which contains as proposed alternative D, which is the one that the staff recommends, a very complex reworking of a combination of the income and strip zoning standards. Both of those are very new, they're very comprehensive, they change a lot, and I believe that both of those things should have been or need to be presented in an affirmative fashion with the required 12-day and 7-day public notices, because these are not just simply modifications of previously existing proposals. These are whole new bodies of ordinances, and I suggest that the planning board schedule a series of actually public workshops such as we held for the septic design ordinance change last year, and then public hearings before the planning board and a recommendation to the council, including each of these proposals, as well as what the planning board had previously indicated that it was comfortable with, which is recommendation B in the staff report, that of eliminating the income standard, but only after the adoption of some other standard. I personally have never thought the income standard was a very good way to regulate agricultural or any other land use, because in the case of the Agriculture and Resource Protection Zone, it attempts to regulate land use with a yardstick that has nothing to do with the use of the land. And as many farmers, particularly dairy farmers in this area, can attest, you can work your tail off 60 hours or 80 hours a week, every week, and you're subject to the price controls of federal and state milk pricing commissions, and you can work all huge hours with no income. And a spouse can work at a clerical job and make $25,000 or $30,000 a year, and you'll never meet the income standard. So the standard is bad. It should be removed, but I would urge that the planning board not remove the income standard until you have completed your review and discussion of adoption of a new verbal standard to describe use related to agricultural use, because you should not make a recommendation to the council before that new standard is fully adopted and recommended by you. If you simply report back to the council that you are in favor of removing the income standard, and we'll work later on to adopt a new standard. That new standard may never see the final light of day before the council. So I think you ought to package that up with the adoption of a new non-income related standard before making any final recommendation to the council. And I think the time zone of 8 to 10 to 12 months that's been suggested by various speakers would be appropriate for the adoption of that, because it won't be easy. It's harder to adopt a verbal standard than it is a simple arithmetic one, but it has a lot more to do with properly controlling and regulating the use of land. Thank you.
Thanks. We just have time for just maybe 5 more minutes, so I just want to be conscientious of that.
Thank you. My name is Tammy Nielsen. I live at 1045 Old Danville Road. When we first purchased our property in the Ag RP zone, we had no idea we'd be getting into a contentious years-long zoning battle. We never gave any thought to using our land as an investment vehicle for a profit later in life. We never considered subdividing it or developing it. We embraced its protected status and hoped someday, if we could get around both having to work full-time jobs, maybe we could start a modest forest-based business. Whenever our someday ended up being, one consistently important factor in our ownership of this property was to maintain the wild and forested nature of the land. Our property is very unique, and thanks to its insulating factor provided by our adjacent Ag RP neighbors, it provides crucial habitat where healthy populations of animals thrive. Properties like ours are literally the last resort of this life-sustaining habitat in the southernmost part of our city. Properties like ours are also watershed lands, something that your maps actually don't acknowledge. They feed into the Moose Brook and Royal River. Every Ag RP property is different and valuable in its own way. Some are wetlands that help provide erosion and flood protection, or prevent erosion rather, and provide flood protection. Some have deep, rich soil of agricultural importance. And then others like ours are forests, not only providing wildlife habitat, but also hedging against climate change. And they contribute directly to air and water quality that are enjoyed by everyone in our city. Viewing these vitally important lands only through the narrow lens of their development potential grossly underestimates their true value. The highest and best use for a piece of land doesn't always involve human intervention, rather the exact opposite. There is significant value to properties like ours that reach far beyond their development capacity and their ability to bring in tax revenue. Sadly, this rezoning effort is singularly focused on only those factors. This plan would assign an arbitrary developable zone designation to all properties, taxing landowners whether or not their properties are even suitable for development. Properties in wet areas or where the water table is so high you can't dig down a foot before hitting water, that land would be taxed as prime land for development. Properties where landowners have been told for decades that dumping municipal sludge was a safe and perfectly acceptable way to enrich their farmlands are now finding out they're contaminated with PFAS. Drilling a well is not an option for them, and the nearest access to a municipal water connection is miles and miles away. Their land would be taxed as if it were prime for development. Certainly not that we want to develop our property, but the geology and topography of our property would make development there prohibitively expensive, if at all feasible. It certainly wouldn't be a developer's first choice to build on by any means, but still, when we get our tax bill, that value would be based on prime development real estate. Installing the infrastructure required for utilities and services in the far reaches of the Ag RP will impact every single tax-paying citizen in the city of Auburn. We will all share the cost and consequences of this development, not just the Ag RP owners. If this comes to fruition, when those tax bills start arriving, many of us will find those increases more than we can bear. Many landowners...
Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we have time for one more.
Good evening. I'm Sam Boss. I live at 7 Morse Street. I'm here to urge you to oppose the current text amendment that would remove the agricultural income requirement for new residences in the Agriculture and Resource Protection Zone. You've already heard from many folks here tonight who are advocating for the same thing. Some might dismiss this group as an outspoken minority, as people who are simply resistant to change or to having new neighbors, as NIMBYs, or as racist. Over the past few years, I've watched feedback from concerned residents repeatedly dismissed on these grounds. I've spoken to and listened to many of those who are here tonight. None of us are arguing that we don't need more housing. We're not trying to keep others down or out. We care about our community and want our city to make thoughtful decisions and plan for a future that benefits all of us. We want to see our community add housing for the most vulnerable among us, while also protecting natural resources that we need now and in the future. We want to see Auburn maintain and enhance our ability to produce food so that we're resilient in the face of supply chain issues, inflation, and a changing climate. We want to preserve open spaces and forests that support recreation and healthy wildlife populations. We want to see walkable, interconnected neighborhoods close to the urban core that offer quality city services while keeping property taxes in check. It's not just the people here in this room that feel this way. The community survey, I'll remind you of that, large majorities of other folks that responded to that community survey said the same things, articulated the same values. The text amendment you're considering tonight doesn't accomplish any of the objectives outlined above. Opening up the ag zone, or ag and resource protection zone, to unrestricted development will lead to some high-end homes on 10-acre housing lots, but it won't help those most impacted by the housing crisis. It is one of the most inefficient ways to use our community's financial and natural resources. Moving forward with this amendment without a replacement for the agricultural income threshold will pave the way for haphazard development that will result in fragmentation of habitat, farmland, and forests. We need to find a better path forward. There have been some very good suggestions from staff, from the planning board tonight. I think the community needs time to consider those and offer feedback. We need to be able to process all of the complex details that came up here tonight. We can't just rush this forward. We need to take the time to do this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point in time, we're going to be closing public comment, and we're going to move towards any discussion amongst the board as well. So just to remind the board, and then also for the public as well. So this is our time to address any questions that were brought forth to us. This is not our time to potentially correct a statement that was made by, a constituent. It's not our time to, debate anything with a constituent. It's truly just a time to, if a question was posed to us, we can enlist staff and then we can answer that question to the best of our ability.
I make a motion to close the public input section of the hearing.
It didn't always happen.
Second.
Just so you know.
Second.
All those in favor? You didn't always do that, by the way. I watched you.
We did.
All right, so as I said, now we're discussing, and if anyone has any, I think you guys also, we took copious notes, and those notes will play a role as we look to move forward with this recommendation for City Council. But to that end, from a question and answer standpoint, if you heard something from the public and you would like to address their question, feel free to address it now.
I only had one question written down, and it was about what would stop other ag zone owners from following the petition model that came before us.
I heard that too. So do you want to ask staff that question?
Yeah, is that available to?
Yes, in the comprehensive plan, there is a section, I can probably try to find it, that says that if it's not economically feasible for somebody to use their land for agriculture, then they have a process of petitioning the city to change that land. And that requires 25 signatures and the fees to advertise the public hearing. And like any zone change, that would come before That would come before the planning board makes a recommendation, and then 2 readings at council.
Can we clarify that that's a suggestion within the comprehensive plan, but not actually a feasible option for someone right now because it doesn't exist in the ordinance?
It's an option in the comp plan.
It's a recommendation in the comp plan. It doesn't currently exist as an option. I think it's important to say that because people may misunderstand or not have the background to realize that while the comprehensive plan outlines that process does not actually exist within ordinance. So no, you cannot do that today. You could do a zone change, but you couldn't do, say, a spot zone change as described within the ag zone.
Yeah, I think that there's instances where there's villages and associated land that could relate to changing ag zone land to a certain residential zone. But there is strong language in the current comp plan that could lead us to language that could make that available in the future.
Right, just to be clear, you can't do that now. It doesn't exist in the ordinance.
It doesn't exist in the ordinance, but I think any person who wants to change their land does have the option of submitting a petition, and then that we would bring forward to the planning board.
They have the option to rezone their land, not to seek a vacation of the income standard be vacated.
Right,
Those are two very different things.
They can rezone their land.
Someone who is in the middle of an ag island cannot petition to have their land rezoned to low-density country residential that would constitute spot zoning, which is illegal under state law. It's just important for people to understand that what's described in the comp plan is not the same thing as a zone change process that we actually have.
Right, there would have to be zone change language added, but currently right now the comp plan does support that language to be presented by either staff or planning board or council or the public.
Okay, any other questions people heard, want to address before we move on? Okay. So at this point in time, right, we deliberate as a board and we talk about next steps, and then we make a recommendation with a motion to then bring back to city council. So just to kind of circle back, so and again, correct me if I'm wrong in any way, but I'm hearing that we are in alignment with the recommendation B of the staff report. And now we then, so the elimination of the income standard with a replacement standard, which we have in hand. And if anyone else has a recommendation in hand that I'd like to put forth, definitely would entertain that as well. We have this here. I recognize from a city council perspective that they gave this to us 6 months ago. So I'm asking for another 6 or 12 months. I recognize that, right? That doesn't go unnoticed. Go ahead.
Sorry, I guess I do have a question. Mr. Beal, I felt like I was kind of on the same page. I had wrote down some of those notes, like why do we need 6 to 12 months to develop a new standard, but what would that change if we take away the income standard now and come up with new standard in 6 to 12 months, or do it all at once? Why, like if we send it there and say that we don't want an income standard, but we don't have any other standards to go along with it?
What would be the ramifications of that is your question?
So there's a two-step process. To do a map amendment, that would require additional public notices. The text, currently right now, the text changes is something that the board could make a formal recommendation to the council. So I think that's the difference between the two.
Wait, real quick, John, I just want to clarify that. So what we're talking about right here is a text amendment, and the text amendment is removing the income standard and then replacing that text amendment with an alternative. And what Tony asked was, if we don't replace it with an alternative and we just from a text amendment standpoint remove the income standard, what is the ramification of that?
There isn't any. you're good. You've met the public notice requirement.
The ramification of sending, of allowing the council to remove the income standard without providing an alternative would be to allow anyone to build a house without any restriction as soon as the council takes their second vote on that. That's the implication of doing that.
Correct, right? And so last time we had our workshop, we talked about certain things like, caring for wetlands, right? Which I think Evan put in. So I think that's what it was.
I think that's also where part of that 6 to 12 month time frame came up. If I remember correctly, when we talked about this several weeks ago, we talked about what would be the potential ramifications. And like Evan just mentioned, people could hypothetically start doing X, Y, and Z. Part of the reason we, correct me if I'm wrong, included that verbiage was to allow the dust to settle and have some clarifying verbiage provided to City Council before anyone could pull the trigger on doing something like that with a property. Does that sound familiar, or am I off base?
That's what I remember, yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, the complexity of being able to still have some sort of requirement to attach housing to the agricultural use would take time to come up with.
Okay, and we have a starting point, right? Okay. So with a starting point, I don't think we need 12 months. Yeah, with a starting point, I'd question 6 months. Thoughts?
We have a draft that protects, doesn't allow building in wetlands, steep soils, soils of prime significance, agriculturally defined soils, wildlife habitat as defined by Maine DEP, and Maine Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. We have a prohibition on being able to build, to clear cut to build. We have a prohibition on being able to build on land that has been used to derive income for agriculture or forestry within the last 10 years. I don't think it's perfect language. I question if we wait 6 months, are people going to say, no, those are not actually the things we wanted to protect? I guess that's what will change in that 6 months that hasn't changed since 2018, when I know not everyone was sitting here, but when this discussion started. Those have been the constant, ever present. We don't want the land to be able to be subdivided. We don't want it to cut down trees. We want to maintain the contiguous land in the back.
And those are exactly the points I was hearing from public comment, pretty much every single one that you just mentioned that are in that rough draft, that draft, where there's already consideration to all those points, and that seems to be part and parcel of largely what we heard from public tonight as well.
I think that with the language that has come up, it wouldn't take necessarily 6 months to rehash the language, but maybe due to the how full our agendas have been over the last several months, just to be able to appropriately get to it with public notice and a public hearing, maybe it would need 6 months just to find its way into the agenda.
Yeah, so that was going to be my question for staff. So I think that we've got some good momentum here. So with that being said, I would look for guidance to say we're in agreement with a recommendation, this draft recommendation that we have today, right? So a lot of us haven't really had a time to fully digest it. From a timing perspective, with a deliverable of 4/18, trying to understand how we can thoroughly review this, make our recommendation, and then work towards April, so I guess I'm looking for guidance.
I think we also have a public, obviously you'd want to put it out for public review and comment, and then we would have to bring that back for open conversation again.
Yeah, ideally that would have happened. This draft has existed since like January. It just never, it got sent and then never got sent, so.
Duly noted.
Yeah, so if that's the decision that the board wants, to move forward in, then certainly that's something that you could do, and, make a favorable recommendation based on the text that was submitted tonight, with the addition of publicly, it's not a real heavy lift for staff, because it's just a notice. It's a public notice. There's not individual people that we have to submit. It's not 2,500 notices that have to go out to individual people. But once we make it a public notice in the paper, then we can post it online and have it available here at City Hall, and we could take public comment and then share that with the board and share it at the next planning board meeting.
But procedurally, the draft that we got of this language wasn't given out in time, proper public notice time, so we couldn't go forward with a recommendation on it tonight.
I believe that's correct.
So, actually, I was going to speak to a question you just had, and I don't remember now.
Okay.
Is it about the time? We've got a deadline. We got an extension from the city to the 18th, correct?
Right.
And do we have enough time between now and then with the postings and our next meeting to meet that deadline?
So, Mr. Beal won't like this, but I would argue that we don't need to have an additional public hearing because we've been given a draft from the city council. That's what's required to start a zone change, and we've changed what the words say. We've edited it. However, I think it would be very difficult to. I think it would be very difficult to just send that along tonight. My preference would be to send it along. This is years of work that this might have come to you guys today, but this is like since a 2018 sort of deal. So I can understand if people would want additional public hearing. I just question the concept of 6 months. I think at this point there's a draft in front of us that addresses most, if not all, of the concerns we heard tonight. And what it really comes down to is going back and making sure that, yes, the concern is addressed. Do the words actually do what we want them to do, right? Yes, we think we have words that do this. Do they actually do that? And I don't think that takes 6 months. I think that takes staff sending this to legal. And if they're going to take the time to send it to legal, well, it's not going to kill us to have another public hearing. Again, I would just send it myself tonight, but I recognize that there's a time requirement needed anyway.
5 years, what's one more meeting?
What?
So would we bring this up on the April 11th meeting?
I don't know. You're the chair.
I can say I'd love the opportunity to review it. I question the 10 years versus 5 years or some other narrower window, but certainly would like that opportunity to have that conversation at a future date.
I do like the 10-year growth. And just to be clear, no one is forcing anybody to build or change their land on what they're currently using it for, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, that brings me, I have a question for staff. Are people being removed from their homes because they're not meeting ag zone requirements?
No.
I didn't think so. Thank you.
I guess to go back to Evan's comment to send it to council, deep down, I agree with him. It's hard for me to say that, but I agree with you. But I think we should, you know, and I'm just speaking candidly here to the board right now, but I think it should be with the understanding that we acknowledge that there's some things, David mentioned it, Evans has said it, Riley mentioned it. It may not be 100% perfect, and if we can take another month to focus on this document and make it clear, and because I didn't really read it until today, and I had a bunch of markups, and I have questions I'd love to talk with you guys about, just to make it a better product. But I don't have any problem with you guys, you know, because of the deadline, with the council saying, yes, we agree. This is our draft. It's very clear. It's a draft. The planning board would like one more shot at, you know, for another month to clean it up. But this is where we're at, and shows really good progress by the board. And you know, we can come to the next meeting in a concerted effort to really address the language that was put forth before us. So I'm just kind of laying that out there.
Is the deadline for us to come back with an answer to the city council, or to come up with because if the April 18th deadline is just for us to come up with a recommendation, and our recommendation is to not eliminate the income standard without this replacement text, and then the next, I think we've met our obligation to them, and then we have to, if we take one more month to come up with that, what that is, then
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
I do have one question for staff. Would the land be taxed as AG land rates or buildable lots?
Buildable lots, likely, because it would change it would change the use, so houses could be developed on it. So I think when folks are taxing the land, it would be considered for what are the possible uses.
Even if they don't change anything of what they're doing with their land?
Part of it is potential use, yes, I think so.
So if that was part of the density of 1 unit per lot, because now if you have 900 acres, but the allowable density is 1 unit per lot, you still only have 1 house lot. The development potential of that lot is still only 1 house lot. So it was a way to try to mitigate that for large landowners, and saying that like a large landowner that owns 50 acres is not now going to be taxed as though they have 50 house lots, because they still only have 1 parcel, and there's only 1 house allowed on that 1 parcel.
That's correct. So I guess to kind of get a little bit into the weeds for assessing, they look at the first buildable lot on the parcel of land. So really, the higher rate of tax is paid on the first 2 acres.
Okay, so to circle back, so Riley, I liked where you were going with that. So I feel like we're getting to an end point where we can make a recommendation, right? So I don't know if someone wants to move forward with that.
Okay. The only thing I'm hesitating on is the 6 to 12 month timeline for the new standard. It sounds like we don't need that much time. Is there a way to word that better? Maybe in regards to how many more meetings it'll take us.
I think that if part of our recommendation is to send a working draft to say we are working on this, that it may be in our best interest not to give them a timeline, but rather to demonstrate that we are making substantial forward movement, so that we can get it done at a time frame that works for us, not based on something that we've now, again, defined a new timeline that...
I guess I would ask the board how they feel about that, having open-ended, no end in sight, or having some real guidance as to how we're going to move forward with this to keep the momentum.
Is only no end in sight if we choose not to adopt something.
So back to Riley's point. So we've got a recommendation to eliminate the income standard with a replacement. His question is around the timeline. 6 to 12 seems aggressive.
let me, what if it were to say, and actually the wording of it my wording of it might be the problem too, that we don't recommend eliminating it until we are able to have one more public hearing on the draft language that we've just got today as a way to replace that income standard.
Okay, can you repeat that?
So I'm saying, I'm changing the wording of it because this says recommend the elimination of the income standard with a replacement. I'm saying we recommend we don't eliminate the income standard until a replacement standard is created that we need one more planning board meeting, one more public hearing to accomplish.
That puts a neat little bow on it.
I'm sorry?
That puts a neat little bow on the package. You know, it's like, we're not going to change anything until we have one more meeting and we'll present the whole final idea. And from what the general consensus is, would already be the elimination of the income
Correct,
standard
yeah.
and any corrections to the draft.
Yeah, but
And
I
just
don't see
do it
why we
all
have
at
to
once.
do an income, like, take it away if we're gonna put new standards on it.
Especially if there's
So
only-
I really, really like that recommendation.
Yeah, I like what Riley said.
Has this been the first outline draft that's been presented to replace the income standard? I hear a lot of people saying that they don't want it taken away unless it's replaced with something else, but there haven't been that many ideas
You're
from
correct,
public
Amanda.
on
Yeah.
what to replace it with.
No, it's not just that. You are correct that we were given in September the recommendation or to provide a recommendation about eliminating the income standard. We've had several meetings. This truly is the first text amendment, not map amendment, because this is a text amendment given to us to remove the income standard with a replacement that cares for a lot of what we heard from a board perspective, but then also from the public as well. So correct, this is our first. And as I said earlier too, I recognize for the council that they gave us 6 months and we're at 6 months and we're here. So I recognize that.
I just meant, is that, I guess I was looking for guidance on to whether that's an acceptable recommendation if I use a timeline of one more of our meetings. Is that something that we're able to use as a timeline? Like if it doesn't have to be a time, like a month, a time or a date thing, it could actually be one more meeting or one more public hearing. Could that be a part of the recommendation?
Okay.
Like not to exceed 30 days.
Well, my only concern is if next month's agenda is too full and that public hearing for this has to occur the following one. And seeing where we are in time already today.
Right. How do we, state it as that we work through it as diligently as possible with staff and, public comment.
We could say pending an additional hearing, so we get that hearing in as soon as we can.
Not to exceed. Anyway, go ahead.
I guess I'd like to make a motion to not recommend the elimination of the income standard without a replacement standard that maintains a connection of housing and agricultural uses, of which the draft version we have seen, and require one more public hearing to develop the new standard.
Do I have a second? Okay. All those in favor? What? Wait, now we can discuss it.
Right.
Yeah, now we can discuss it.
I want to make sure I totally understand so Riley is saying we are recommending that they not remove the income standard until such time as there is a reasonable alternative, and that we are telling them we have a draft of an alternative and need an additional hearing in order to vet it publicly.
That is a better worded version of what I was trying to say, yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand exactly what we're voting on. Okay. That's
With
all
the
the discussion
text that
I
was
needed.
proposed today, the outline.
As a draft.
So I honestly, at this point in time, I am not sure what the next step is, to be frank with you.
So,
Vote. If there's no more debate and discussion, then we would vote.
I just kind of did. Okay. So all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, there we go. All in favor. Thank you. All right. Find my agenda. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is strictly around removing the strip zone limitation. And what I will be asking of staff directly is to provide, I think you embedded it in the staff report. So when we go over the staff report to just discuss the strip zone limitation, that I want the discussion to just include the strip zone limitation and your suggestions or some idea about where staff's opinion for this is, right? So I had a hard time finding it in here, but maybe you can help us understand that too. So.
Okay. So, so I will do that. So, so the proposal is to eliminate the strip zone limitations, in the ag zone in land that also has residential zoning. What staff has recommended is to extend the strip zones in a kind of a limited fashion. So I think with the caveat of having more time to draft a map, and also keeping in mind that some of that strip zone extension, staff recommends planning board considering in the future a higher density development in some of those areas. And so that is what is wrapped up in our recommendation. I can walk through the maps, I can try to answer questions, but it is the same staff report as the first one because our recommendations were together.
Okay.
So I can try to do that.
So what I think I heard you say was your recommendation, and correct me if I'm wrong, was to ask for more time to draft, I have like draft a map.
Draft a map, yes.
To help with the strip zone, elimination of the strip zone limitation. Okay, so again, this came to us in September, correct?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
It came together. So the strip zone recommendation and the eliminating of the income standards came together. Staff decided to combine the two. We actually had them separated, and then we decided to add the two as a streamlined approach for a decision by the board. You could acknowledge that as something that the board doesn't necessarily agree with, or give an unfavorable recommendation for that, or a favorable recommendation. But I think it's either one or the other is kind of where I think I was landing at one point, and maybe that should have came out in a workshop and asked to the planning board specifically on how they interpreted that. But then we've got some clear direction that we wanted to at least acknowledge that as something that the board wants to send as a favorable recommendation back to city council. So I don't know if that really made a lot of sense, but really it's just a matter of, do we want to extend the the strips? And if so, this was a recommendation on how we do that. And it really took a combination of eliminating the income standards, and inserting some of what we heard through SNRB and knowing some of the features of the land and the land types and the association with closer to the downtown. These were the critical areas we thought that it could be plausible. But again, it's truly a board decision on that, the direction they went ahead.
Yep. I want to, yeah, so I'm just going to add to what John said real quick to say that our recommendation I think our recommendation isn't the same if it's only considered in a vacuum. I think our recommendation, if the income standard is eliminated, would not to also be to extend the residential strips as stated. So I think that's what we were getting at.
Do we need to table this discussion to give you time to look at what that potentially could be, since we're decoupling it?
Yeah, so Riley, you stepped away for a second. I probably should have taken a recess. And so staff had said that the text amendment and the map amendment got a bit conflated at times, I think, with trying to address both recommendations. And at this time, they don't have a draft map for us based upon us addressing just the text amendment and now addressing the map amendment.
So we do have a draft map, and it's the one that that we sent out in our letter. So we can make a recommendation tonight on that map, but the recommendation can include, if we'd like time to change it, we can say we do want to extend the strips. We do have suggestions about how we think that map should be altered, but we do tonight have a map for a public hearing, and that's this one right here that the public got.
Yeah, so I'm just going to give my 2 cents, and I'll totally open it up to the board as well. But I am somewhat leaning towards Dave that I don't feel like from a staff report, I have a clear understanding and guidance from staff on how they want to address this specific map amendment, parsing apart the income standard and just strictly addressing this. And as you noted, taking time to draft a specific map to address eliminating strip zone limitation, right? So I just want to be cognizant of everybody's time in making sure that what we're reviewing truly is something of substance that could get us moving forward.
Yeah, it is. The map that we're presenting wouldn't change at another meeting. So what we're suggesting, based on the text that we received, that's the result. Right there is the result of those discussions. The only items that we did was we inserted the fill-in spaces where we've got to kind of, if you go back to the the next one. Here, this is exactly how the text is represented. And as we look at that, we get these little odd scenarios where you get blocks of agricultural zones in the middle. And so what we're saying is we're going to, we would suggest infilling those. So that's the only difference. And then again, knowing the, in association where the downtown is and where the city core is, we eliminated some of the outskirts of that, of extending the low-density country residential and rural residential zones.
I also want to note that there's just a few things in here that we can take into account and continue to draft as a board if you'd like. So for example, this map as suggested by council has picked up some land along existing floodplains. So the way that kind of along Riverside Drive, you can see the way it's suggested does extend that zone a little bit into the floodplain. So we can take a little bit of time to, if you'd like, look at what the map looks like when it's extended, and see if it fits the intent of what board and council is trying to do. And we can suggest some of these alterations. But I do think we have a really pretty accurate draft from what council has asked of us tonight.
So I guess the question for the board is, do you feel like you have what you need from a staff packet standpoint to be able to hear from the public, make an informed decision, and have a discussion from a recommendation standpoint to move forward?
I do. I think I've heard enough from staff to know that the problem is not with the strip zones, that we should probably begin looking at infill density, so we are actually growing out from the center instead of spidering out, and that the reality is, if we are working on removing the income standard from the ag zone, we've essentially removed the barriers for placing a residence at the rear of your zone if you are residentially stripped in the front. So, this may not be popular, what I'm hearing, I've heard enough to hear that we're better served meeting council's intent of providing additional buildable area for growth by saying, no, do nothing to the strip zones. Now we are going to initiate a new process to look at creating infill based on a map like this. That's my 2 cents. I think I've heard enough to hear that.
And I think that's the wisest way to go about this, to have a little bit of control over where the development is happening and make sure that it does meet the goals that we've established and is also in the comp plan and everything like that.
I think I have enough, but I certainly have questions on what's being proposed when the time is appropriate.
So do you have a motion, or do we want to move forward?
What do you mean by move forward?
With public hearing? Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure there was a talk about potentially tabling it.
Yeah, I guess before we roll, I guess if I'd have just a quick question, based on the proposed areas that are sort of have the lines through them. Some of those obviously is ag zone currently, and if a resident is using that ag zone for that intended purpose, working the land, and or any of the ideas that Evan put forward with regard to foresting the land or anything else, we're basically proposing saying you're going to eliminate your ag zone status and make it rural residential, and therefore tax you based on rural residential, even though you're working the land as the ag zone currently?
Correct. Yeah.
There's there's 2 parts to that. You're going to be, we've got to have, from an assessor's standpoint, they're only going to tax the first 2 acres at the higher rate, right? So, and then it's a matter of what the comps say. It's going to take, 3 or 4 years to establish the comps if the zone is changed to rural residential, low country density residential. That backland is not as valuable as the land up front that has the road frontage.
But yet we're talking potentially filling in some spots in there that I don't even know if they're accessible by a road.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. So those wouldn't be those wouldn't have a higher value with the land that has the roads there. There's a whole bunch of criteria that goes into the assessing piece, and as far as the changing of the zone, if we changed it strictly as rural residential, low country density residential, agricultural uses are the same, and And under the language of each of those zones, the only one that really makes a difference is the marijuana use. So if they were trying to grow marijuana, I think it's 14 or 15 under the ordinance, they wouldn't be able to do that if that changed, say, to RR or low country density residential. But the other uses would still be allowed. Those uses are still allowed in those zones.
If a property were in the state forest program, how would that property be impacted by this change?
So that's a state program, and those are implemented under the state rule. And the zone, the underlying zone does not impact the ag or the forestry tax programs that are out there.
So a property in that program would be taxed based on the program, not based on this change.
Right. Yep. But that, there's a commitment by the landowner, just so you know. So it's up to 10 years in a lot of cases. In some of these smaller lots, they won't be able to apply. I think it has to be 10 acres or more. We have a lot of smaller lots out here, so it doesn't address those.
Can a landowner petition to stay in the ag land?
That's considered spot zoning. Individual lots would be considered spot zoning. So that would be a tough haul. We had a discussion about the language to change some of that. Again, we'd have to have very specific language in our ordinance, and that would have to go through the same process to establish some language in the ordinance to do something like that. But that would really could potentially create some spot zoning. We got to look at association. If you had agricultural uses adjacent, I think it might be something that we could apply there if you had some strong language in the ordinance. But other than that, it would be a tough pull.
Yep. And I think so I think the way that would kind of maybe even compare with changing the zone from ag is when we do petition-based zone changes, kind of a test to see whether, or ordinance changes, a test to see whether it works is like conformance with the comprehensive plan. And to my knowledge, I don't think there's guidance in the comprehensive plan about changing land ag like around existing residential land. Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none, then I will seek a motion to open public comment.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? All right, so again, you have up to 5 minutes, your name, your address, and again, capping this at an hour. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ryan Smith. I live at 14 Weaver Street. I want to comment on the planning board policies that states that no new agenda item can start after 9 p.m.
My apologies for that, Ryan.
Yeah, no problem. I guess my standpoint here is not to point that out, but rather ask that the planning board take a vote before more deliberation so that this cannot be legally challenged. Because in Article 6, Section D states, no new agenda items will begin after 9 p.m. except for unanimous consent of all board members present. I had 9:01. So I do know we had a vote earlier to limit public comment, but not to extend after 9 p.m.
I would defer to whatever the chair's watch said, and if the chair's watch said that it was 8:59 and 59 seconds, then that's the time. I mean, every single one of us is going to watch on which one is right.
I would also defer to the policies that states that the chair can address community members and other members cannot without consent of the chair. That's all I have to say. I don't want to deliberate anymore. I don't want to argue. That's it.
All right, John, to that point, I'm going to pause for a second. I don't know if I need a motion to pause public hearing. Do I?
Yeah, we're going to need a motion to come out of public hearing.
I'd seek a motion to pause public hearing.
Motion to pause.
All those in favor?
Second.
Second, great. All those in favor? Perfect. Okay, John.
I thought we had started the conversation prior to 9, so I didn't acknowledge that. It seemed like it was before 9 o'clock, so that's the understanding. We started this conversation prior to 9 o'clock, but.
Well, is there a way to check with the recording?
I guess for clarity, you could just have a vote and then.
Okay. So I will seek a motion. As noted, it has to be unanimous. If we continue this dialogue and discussion and agenda items post 9 o'clock.
So moved.
All those
Second.
All those in favor? So before we move on, do we have everything we need?
Yes.
From a procedural standpoint, is there
Yes.
anything missing?
Nope.
Okay, perfect.
good.
Thank you. All right, so I will seek a motion to reopen public comment.
So moved.
Also moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? Excellent. We're getting our hands some action.
My name's Jeff Harmon. I live at 34 Vista Drive. I think that there's a very specific question that's been posed by the City Council to you relative to the strip zones, and that's to eliminate the current strip zone limitations. It says nothing about adding parcels to strip zones or taking away parcels from strip zones. What it's really saying is there's a current limit, I believe it's 450 feet from the center line of the road, and if you were to recommend to the City Council and they were to adopt the elimination of those standards, that whatever the strip zone zoning is would extend to the back of the lot. In some of these lots that we're talking about in the Ag RP zone, that's thousands of feet from the road to the back of the lot. Currently, what's beyond the strip zone, if it's Ag RP, is subject to these income limits. So I would recommend that you make a recommendation to the City Council not to eliminate the strip zone limitations, because you're going to cause conflict with what you just previously did and with the proposal that Mr. Sear put in front of the body as an alternative. And I think you would be much better served by not removing the strip zone and taking up what you do with the Ag RP land that's beyond the strip zone in your previous process. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Adam Curtis. I live at 1481 Riverside Drive, and I'm opposed to removing the strip zone regulations. My house is, I own 30 acres, and it's completely unbuildable. You may be able to fit one house along the road in that strip zone. You could change the regulation to that strip zone rather than changing the entire land. I have a wooded lot, and there are protected species on that lot, including flowers that are also protected, and as well as the deer and all the other regular animals that you see. My family's been hunting these woods for close to 400 years now. I don't want to change that, and I want to live in Auburn. I like the community. I like that it's a, it's a pretty diverse community at this point, and I'm raising a mixed-race child. I feel comfortable here. I don't want to have to move. If the taxes go up, I will have to move, and you're going to lose a lot of resources. Secondly, the back part of my land is landlocked because there's town land there, which has just signed a 98-year or a 99-year lease specifically for ag use. How is that possible if my land is residential? Thank you.
Chelsea Eaton, 576 Trap Road. It appears that there hasn't been enough consideration into the numerous ways in which these proposed changes in zoning will negatively affect all citizens of Auburn. There are currently 10 job openings on auburnmaine.gov, including for police, fire, and 911 dispatch, and there are 16 job openings at Auburn schools. If Auburn is already understaffed in these crucial positions, what is the plan for serving increased housing? Not only will there be an increased need for these services, the zoning changes that are being proposed puts housing developments far on the outskirts of the city. This creates long emergency response times and a thinning of resources at the core of the city where most activity occurs. Has the planning board considered if fire substations will be needed on the outskirts of town if the proposed zoning changes go through? How much will these substations cost? Cost taxpayers. Tens of millions of dollars would be my guess. More importantly, how does Auburn plan on increasing already understaffed fire, EMS, and police to serve these new neighborhoods? In my experience, fire substations rely exclusively on volunteer call companies to answer emergency calls in the neighborhood. Are you aware that very few people are interested in being a firefighter anymore, especially volunteer, unpaid, on-call positions? This is a national problem and needs to be taken into consideration at our local level. I can assure you that I will not be signing up to don turnout gear again. 3 years was enough for me. I let my EMT license expire and I left the fire service. PTSD and burnout are very real reasons.
So, Chelsea, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to pause your time. We're talking about right now the elimination of the strip zone map amendment. There is time at the end for public comment. And just real quick, because I know that everyone's new sometimes to public hearings. At this juncture, we're just addressing concerns, thoughts about the removal of the income standard.
But if you make these changes, are there not going to be significant increases in housing and residents that need to be served by all public services, including public works, plowing, road building, trash removal, schools, school buses? Just a couple of weeks ago, the city announced that the spring cleanup program would no longer be happening. This announcement has little effect on me personally, as I'm a strong 30-year-old with a pickup truck. While this new program of bringing your trash to the dump for free would be fine for me, did city officials take into consideration that many people do not have the ability to do that? If Auburn is actively reducing programs like spring cleanup to, that provide a tremendous service to the residents, how do city officials plan to serve new residents and increase public service requirements across all subjects? I implore the planning board to advise the city council no on the strip zone changes and no to eliminating the income standard. Also, I'd like to say that I appreciate that the planning board voted earlier to allow public hearing for the text that was presented earlier that nobody had seen before. Thank you. I believe that was the right decision. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Dana Staples. I live at 32 Greenfield Drive. I wanted to just recognize every one of you because I thank you very much for serving on the planning board. I know it's a lot of work. Thank you to city staff. You guys are always doing great work and I appreciate how you're representing the city. Tonight, I was going to speak on the income standard. I missed it. So I shifted gears and I want to talk a little bit about the strip zones. I've never been a big fan of them. I feel as though the strip zones were put in place to circumvent the income standard. And that's it. That's the only reason. So I think if this board is going to forward an interesting alternative to the income standard to the city council, that they should consider removing strip zones. I don't know that we need them. If we're going to have a good alternative, I think we could probably adopt what I've been researching, something called an urban growth boundary, which is, I'll just read it here. An urban growth boundary is a regional boundary set in an attempt to control urban sprawl. By its simplest form, mandating that an area inside the boundary be used for urban development and the area outside be preserved for its natural state or used for agriculture. Simply put, urban growth boundaries are required by law to be used in several states in the United States, most notably Oregon, Washington, and Tennessee. So I think there's a lot of precedent out there that discusses their best use in ways that probably Auburn could look into using them. It might be a way to draw a line around the city and say this is where we want development and this is where we want to limit it. And that's really the point of the zone in the first place. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you guys, and I hope that you guys come up with a great conclusion. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Nome. I live at 968 Perkins Ridge Road. I'm not quite sure which map to look at. There's 3 or 4 of them. I've been down to the your planning staff, and we've gone over different maps, but I think I currently have the right one that's projected up on the board. I purchased this land in 1986. That was the beginning of the strip zone in that area. We own 58 acres, but 45 of them are in the agricultural zone. And I only own 425 feet on the roadway. So I can only build 1 home on that piece of land. And that's what I intended to do. I use the rest of the land to recreate. I built a Christmas tree farm. We hunt on it. We snowshoe on it. My wife rode horses on it. The land was for recreation. If you eliminate the strip zone, that 45 acres becomes evaluated at low-density country residential. I understand that it gets less and less value toward the end, but if you look at my piece, and it just projects all the way down back, and it's not developable at all. So why am I paying the extra tax for this piece? So that is the question. In the eliminating of the strip zone, I'm going to be taxed on land I cannot do anything with, and I used it for what it was supposed to be used for, agricultural. Are you bringing that up?
I can bring it up.
Can you bring up my piece of land?
That would be great.
If I have time?
Mm-hmm.
968, Perkins Ridge. So while she's doing that, if she would, I have another.
There's 3 minutes left, so I know, Catherine, you've got quick fingers.
Oh, I have another piece. I own another 13-acre pieces, which my woodlot on the easterly side of Perkins Ridge. Now that is all ag, and in the current map, it's landlocked. It's landlocked all the way around, and on the current map, it is zoned low density country residential. How can it be that? Yeah, that piece right there. I don't have any access to it. So why would my tax increase from ag to low density? I can't do anything with it. So I struggle with that piece. Now, if you could go to my other piece, shows up one, right there. So that piece there, I have my home and the rest, and I have the correct frontage on it for my home, but I can't do anything with the back of it. Nothing. Can you get rid of the block?
Yeah, I can get rid of the block.
And as you can see, I built my home in here. This is all I can do because I only have this much frontage. The rest of it I recreate on. So the taxes would go up for my additional land. And when I purchased it in '86, I understood that. I was in agreement with that. And now there's a proposal to change it. So I thank you for my time, and if you consider these things, I'd appreciate it.
Michael Morrissey. I live at 825 Perkins Ridge Road. I'd just like to make a note that it was mentioned that we were sent that map. We were not sent that map. We were sent a different map with inaccuracies on that. So we were not, that's the map we were sent. It does have inaccuracies. It has like Lost Valley zoned, the new zoning for rural residential. That would actually be country residential. I see that the new map has that information. But again, this is what the information we were led to believe. And I'd also like to point out that according to the comprehensive plan, much of that Perkins Ridge, Taylor Pond, that is restricted area according to the comprehensive plan. The way you're talking about doing that is then it's lot more development possibilities in that area. I'm on the board of Taylor Pond Yacht Club, and we currently, just a portion of our land is this country rural, and the rest of it is agricultural land. We're an outdoor recreating, organization. You join our club, you can go hike the woods, you go sailing, you go swimming. We would be forced to pay higher tax rate on that piece of land, and I don't know if we can do that because we get all our money through dues. So I'd just like to put that out there. And I just want to note that we need to protect that Taylor Pond watershed. So thank you very much.
My name is Pam Rousseau, 745 West Auburn Road. I just had a couple of questions. Again, this is with the strip zones. This is what, 2 years ago, that was tabled from 350 to 750, and now it's going all the way back to the end of the lot. In the Ag Committee, the working group, I should say, we had Eric Cousins come, and we asked some questions about that. And if you go down all the way back to the lot, then it is feasible to actually put in a road and a cul-de-sac and actually use those 10 acres. So put in a development back there as long as they are 10 acres. So it really is, I really suggest and really ask you to say no to the strip zones, because it really does open up for sprawl and development, because you can. I asked, and this is true, it does really open that you could put in a road, a cul-de-sac, and a whole bunch of mega mansions back there, which I call mega mansions. The other thing is, we've heard several times that only the first 2 acres is taxed, but if something becomes rural residential, that land is rural residential, and that's what it is, and it is going to be taxed on that, because that happened even when they went from the 350 to 750. They were taxed, even though they didn't go back 750, their taxes still went up by $1,000 because it became something different. And the other thing I'd like to mention, and it's this blue here that is purple in the other, to be purple at the next map. At the full comprehensive plan, that is not a city core. And so if you're going to develop and you want to make that, that goes against what the comp plan says, because that's no city core in there. That's not anything. That's just a bunch of, that's fields and ag zone out there. So that doesn't even match the city comp plan. Thank you.
Michelle Malorano, 576 Trap Road. Royal River Conservation Trust has defined a target area for town hotspot, which includes a large area surrounding the Royal River in South Auburn, and much of that is in the strip zoned area. Over the years that we've been going through this, should we change the ag zone, ag resource protection zone? There's been a very, very long list of entities and events that have been vehemently opposed to drastic changes to the agriculture and resource protection land. Comprehensive plan, past and current, maintains that it should stay as status quo. State agriculture officials, citizens surveys, the Good Food Council, conservation and land trusts, very expensive studies that the city has conducted or requested, legal counsel, ad hoc groups, planning staff. I think that you really need to look at the history and the timeline of the numbers of entities that have been opposed, and for those reasons. Things that I think should be considered, or discussed as possibilities. If a current agriculture resource protection property owner wishes to build their primary residence on that property, how can we figure out a way to allow them to do that, but with the stipulation that they cannot subdivide? A lot of people have land, they just want to build their own primary residence. If an ag resource protection property owner has a legitimate agriculture-based business that they operate on their property, on that ag property, and they don't subdivide, if these changes go through, those property owners and ag business owners should apply for, we need to have an application process so that they can qualify to have their taxes remain the same. The increase in taxes to those farmers, it will cause hardships. I have one last thing to say, and I really don't know how to address this without being extremely disappointed, disgusted, and completely baffled by the fact that a letter of public notice was mailed out to citizens, to some citizens. It was mailed out to abutters of the Agriculture Resource Protection Zone. It was not mailed out to owners of agriculture and resource protection property. We were omitted from that public notice of public hearing, and I think that's atrocious, and it needs to be addressed. Last thing I have is I am submitting the Maine deer harvest by town for 2021 that shows Maine, Auburn as the number 3 town. Again, we're consistently in the top 3. And several forms that were filled out by folks who were unable to leave comment, to publicly comment tonight because of time constraints or having to leave or what have you. And the short public hearing time of just an hour. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam Platts, 876 Perkins Ridge. First off, thank you to all of the time you guys are spending deliberating this. I know this is some complex and heated stuff. I'll try not to belabor any points that have been reiterated a lot here, but I do just want to make it clear that I am a stakeholder, as are everybody here, but I'm a stakeholder in 2 ways. First, I'm going to be affected by the removal of these strip zones. So up on Perkins Ridge, all of my land will turn into low-density residential, which obviously, as you've heard before, will lead to increased taxes. That's not something that I want. I don't need to belabor the fact that I make my livelihood partially from bringing folks out into outdoor trail runs, outdoor recreation. I work at Lost Valley, Mount Appetite, the Auburn Nordic Trail Associations. These are all areas that are going to be encroached by possible development. But I don't need to belabor that. I think the point that I want to stand up here and speak to is that more important than my own personal stakeholding as a resident of Perkins Ridge, I'm a stakeholder as a voter and taxpayer in this town. And I keep asking myself, why are we even talking about this? I remember my freshman Issues in American Government class, Mr. Kelleher always taught us about utilitarianism, greatest good for the greatest amount. I cannot understand what the strip rezoning does for this community. Okay, we want to talk about additional housing. Great. We've heard multiple times from multiple folks here, let's build closer to the core of this town where we have resources already. Why would we prefer to build out in the periphery? You guys just approved 5 15,000 square foot buildings that'll probably provide more housing in the course of several months than this entire strip rezone will. Talking about giving up over 10,000 acres of ag land to do what? There were several folks who got up here and spoke about wanting to build additions onto their houses or ranch homes. That's great. And I'll actually leave it at this. I'm not necessarily sure that their desire to develop their land is more important than my right to defend my land that I currently own. And that's all. Thank you guys for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello again, Stephen Beal, 575 Johnson Road. I want to reassure Mr. Sear that I'm not distressed at his proposal to submit his draft for further consideration without taking 6 or 8 months to do it. This is the second time in 16 or 18 months that this issue of strip zoning has been considered. Several members of the planning board were not present for that, but from July to December of 2021, there was a proposal to enlarge the strip zones from 450 feet from center line to a depth of 750 feet from center line. Almost all the speakers at that public hearing on that proposal said many of the same things that were said here tonight, which is that many people who live in rural residential areas want to be there in a single house on a larger than house lot parcel of land and do not seek to develop their backland. They were perfectly willing to pay the taxes on the 450-foot strips at a residential rate, whether rural residential or low-density country residential, but they didn't want to expand that proposal or that taxation format to a 750-foot depth. That proposal was defeated by the council finally on December 6, 2021. This proposal is exponentially more expansive than that prior one that was rejected because, as prior speakers have said, the elimination of strips doesn't restore the agriculture zone to the sideline of the road, does the opposite. It extends the residential zone to the back line, even in some cases more than a mile from the nearest public road. And the way that the taxation system works in this state, there are fixed tax rates on land in only 2 areas. The agriculture zone, where land is presently valued at $1,200 an acre, and a kind of a residual zone where land is not really good for much of anything because of excessive ledge, bog, swamp, etc. That's taxed at $800 an acre. The remaining land in the city is taxed at higher rates than the agriculture rate, and it's difficult to determine exactly how much higher because the tax department, the assessing department, works on the concept of certain values in each of several neighborhoods. There might be several neighborhoods even within New Auburn, for example, and that establishes a face value, and then there are some decreases made in value for various reasons from that figure, but they're all higher than the agricultural's value. So the change of large parcels of land from from agricultural land to a residential zone of any kind will increase the taxes on the backland to some varying degree. That topic came up at the prior hearing on the proposal that was finally defeated 15 months ago, and Mr. Cousins was asked that question at the table, whether or not that wouldn't increase the taxes on the backland, and he said, yes, it would. Now, what many people may do in response to this to prevent increased taxes is convert their land and put it under the tree growth law, the state law. That's not a program to put land into a park. The requirement for the tree growth law is that it has to be devoted to land that is raising trees for commercial.
Thank you for your
value.
time. We do appreciate it.
David Griswold, 199 Gamage Avenue, and since Mr. Beal wasn't able to finish, I can continue for him. There are presently 106 parcels, according to staff, in state tax programs. That would include farms, open space, and forest. In the case of the tree growth tax lots, the tax is assessed based on timber type across the state of Maine, and the state assesses that value. There is a kickback to Auburn to help compensate Auburn for lost revenues due to this program. But I checked with Jill Eastman, and over the last 20 years, the reimbursement from the state on these parcels averages about $11,000 a year. So if many people put their land into these tax programs and offer them a reduced rate to set their land aside and protect it, essentially, the city stands to lose a significant amount of revenue. That is likely to happen if the strip zones are pushed back. The point I was originally going to make was that studies in New England show that the easiest way to lose forest cover is to be close to a road or development. If you're close to a road or development, you're more likely to have the land converted to another purpose. Now, the state of Maine has recognized that this is a problem in the southern part of the state. In the early 1910s, they rolled out the Healthy Forest Program, which encourages woodlot owners to actively manage their woodlots and provide material for the state's $8 billion forest products industry. Part of that it was needed because they noticed in the 2010 inventory, I believe, that there's a huge surplus of growth in southern Maine over the amount that's harvested, so they wanted to encourage that. I'd call your attention finally to an article by Erica Cassidy DuBois in Inspire magazine, which is published by the state of Maine, April 22nd of last year. She says, forests are carbon sinks. Forest loss is a problem for the climate. A single house lot may seem like a tiny nibble at Maine woods, but those bites add up. By current estimates, Maine loses 10,000 acres of natural working land each year. The reaction to this challenge cannot be no development. Such a stance would be impractical and impossible to achieve. I don't think anyone that's spoken tonight is contradicting that. But thoughtful development coupled with appropriate conservation, however, should be in the forefront of the minds of city managers, municipal planners, and local and state officials as Maine attempts to adjust to real estate demands. The most intensive use of land occurs when every home is plotted on 1 to 5 acres. Single-family homes constructed in this pattern gobble up land, strain municipal infrastructure, and destroy habitat for most kinds of wildlife. A better alternative is to encourage rural clusters of homes while retaining large patches of conservation, green and open and forested space. Even better is to support the revitalization of Maine downtowns, which Auburn has started to do. As Mainers mitigate the effects of carbon pollution, we must recognize that our forests are far more value to our collective climate future than the price they can fetch on the real estate market today. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Cleveland. I live at 183 Davis Avenue in Auburn. I want to start by underscoring, and I think in a very important element that's been stated before, but really needs to be restated again. If you proceed to expand to the back of the lots, these strip zones, you're going to be undermining what you tried to do earlier this evening. That is, to find an alternative that provides some alternative and protection for the uses of the ag zone natural resource protection, because that will no longer be ag zone. It'll be low-density residential or rural residential zones, so your efforts won't even apply to thousands and thousands of acres in Auburn. So you'll be undermining what you're trying to accomplish, and I would caution you not to upset what you're trying to do yourselves here to do that. The second thing that I want to underline again, just by summary, by zoning these areas to a much more dense development than they currently are under the ag zone, the question is not if, the question is when that development proceeds. How do you deal with all of the things that you've heard earlier today? Ag zone no longer being available, forestry land no longer available, recreational aspects of it no longer being available in these smaller lots going forward, the economic benefits of the rural and conservation areas. What we know will be increased costs. They have to be. You can't deliver the services without providing money to do that for everything that you do. Police, fire, emergency vehicles, picking up the trash, taking care of the schools, happens everywhere. So the question will be, what will be the speed at which it happens? And it will accelerate. Because as soon as people begin to see an opportunity to make subdivisions out here, now that will be a contagion that will spread all around that area, accelerating the kinds of impacts that you as a planning board are supposed to consider and plan for. That's your primary responsibility. So I would recommend very strongly that you vote no on extending the strip zone, just like the previous planning boards have done before. Join in their good judgment. Don't plan in that way, and proceed in a more thoughtful way, as I know you're trying to do. Thank you for listening.
Good evening again. Bruce Bickford, 64 Cameron Lane, Auburn. If you can, is it possible to pull up the property on 64 Cameron Lane?
I'm spelling it right.
Not all of us are coming up to speak against strip zoning. Some of us are actually begging to allow our property to be zoned so we can live, so we can age in place. There's 6,000 owner-occupied houses in Auburn. I didn't see 1,000 people here tonight, so it's a fairly low percentage of people that are here speaking out against the strip zoning. If you look at Cameron Lane, you notice there's no colors. There's no colors where my house is. There's no colors where the adjacent lot is of nearly 10 acres. But you know what? I can't go up in that field where I can't plant, I can't hay, and if I could do either one, don't have the physical capabilities of doing it. But yet I have to come here and beg to allow me to put a ranch so I don't have to take a stair lift up and down the stairs to bed at night. Or so that I don't have to hire high school students to come down and do things that I can't do. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to my wife. I'm not the only one in this situation. Of those 6,000 homeowners in Auburn, I bet you could fill this place up again, just with the ones that want to age in place. They want to stay home. They want to retire in the home, in the community that they were brought up in, that their ancestors were here. It's just, I mean, if you don't want a spot zone, fine. If you don't want a strip zone, spot zone. I can give you a whole number of areas in the past 30 years that Auburn has given permission for people to build. I have one right around the corner from me. They put, I think, 8 houses. Well, you know what? That was a farm. That was a farm. Why were they able to do that? Directly across Washington Street from me was a farm. In fact, the house that was up on the hill has been moved. It was disassembled and brought to New Gloucester and made as a historical home because of its age. When I was a teenager, that house didn't even have plumbing still. But yet they were able to subdivide, sell a portion of that land, and there's a big, beautiful house there. It's been there for probably 25 years now. Please, I and a lot of people like me want to live in Auburn the rest of our lives, and we want to age in place. Thank you.
Chris Carson, 110 Jakes Road, Auburn. I know you all want to go home. I'll make this really short. Can you pull up the zoning, the spot, the map that shows the that one? There you go. Down in the bottom here, the really large green lot there, that's 650 acres, which would become low-density country residential, which if you can put a house on 3 acres, would support 200 and some homes. Now, it doesn't have frontage for that, but that's an awful lot of homes at the very corner of Auburn. And you can imagine that extending city services there would be quite expensive, and plowing and doing all that stuff would be significantly more expensive than if you did it near the core. So I see that as an unintended consequence of this strip zoning, these huge lots, that are very much at the edge of Auburn and currently are ag zoned. Thanks again for your time today.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Shaw. I live at 1200 Soapers Mill Road, pretty much at the very bottom of the screen. Thank you all very much for coming out tonight and taking the time to listen. I appreciate your efforts, appreciate your thoughtfulness. I appreciate every single person that has stayed well beyond time. That big green field that Chris pointed out is a big open field. Heavily hayed, 200 houses in that area, a travesty. We do not have the natural resources to spend down anymore. We do not. You're talking about fragmenting areas for wildlife that cannot move. A year and a half ago, most of us and more were in this room and all spoke against strip zoning. Just like tonight, 2 people for it. And everybody is entitled to do what they want with their opinions. And I hear Mr. Bickford, it's been a complaint of his for a long time that he cannot do what he wants with his land. Peter Moore is the same way. I live in this area because it's what I want to do, and I am lucky. So I also will support the rights of people to do what they want with their land. Most people don't want this change at all. At all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public want to come forward?
Good evening. I do thank you for your time and your energy and your endurance and your patience. My name is Belinda Gary. I live at 143 Mill Street. I'm against changing the income without something in place, and I most definitely do not want strip zoning. Every time it's come up in the past, the abutters to whatever proposed strip says, I didn't ask for this. I might be caught in the middle, and it's the one at the end that wants it. But I'm going to have to be the unintended consequences of our action. 5 years ago, the council did initiatives and did task force to help preserve the ag land, and out of it came an ag committee. Once it got going and stuff in place, or almost in place, it got dumbed down. It got combined with another worthwhile committee, but their voice wasn't quite as heard, and none of their proposals have gone forward. A lot of people had come forward up to that point, new farmers, newbies that want to be able to grow crops and have a farm, but they couldn't because land is landlocked by people that own big strips, and they're waiting for us to change the strip zoning and other things so they can subdivide their lots and put all houses in and make money. There's a lot of land in ag zone. I love Auburn. I know we need a change. I know we need to grow, but we need careful and consideration on doing how we do these things. And not all the council supports this. Any of the proposals that's sent to you. If you look at the minutes, you'll notice that it was not unanimous. Again, I thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who would like to come forward?
My name is Barbara Mitchell. I live at 179 West Shore Road. I had a lot of things to say. Most of them have already been covered. But there's one thing that I think needs to be talked about, and it's just sort of common sense. It appears the reason for extending the strip zones is to increase taxes and development that basically will line the pockets of developers and potentially drive people off the land that may not even be developable. I agree with Mr. Bickford. You know, if there's something he needs to do on his land, it's common sense. Let him go to the city and ask. The city council resolve stated that numerous requests have been made to do that. When I asked the planning board, or the planning department, how many requests the planning development had in the last 2 years, I was told maybe 10 to 20. That doesn't seem like a big burden. Not as much of a burden as they've had to go through changing these maps and zones and rezoning and adding a new map and changing the strip zones for the past 2 years. So it just seems to me that it's not necessarily spot zoning, but rather somebody owns the land. If they need to build a house that they can live on, that's for one person. But we're not talking developments in these areas. This is kind of painting Auburn all with the same broad brush. Let's just make it all so we have all these areas that can now be developed. There is a strip that hasn't been discussed tonight at all. They've been talking about the strips from the road that are 450 feet from the center of the road. And years ago, or not years ago, months ago, this was dismissed, but it's apparently back on the table. They want to, they've added a strip zone along Taylor Pond. It's 250 feet that's in the residential zone. That was done because there were already houses there. Now they're talking about going all the way back up to Perkins Ridge Road and rezoning that, or taking away the restrictions so it would be residentially zoned. There's several properties that have a minuscule portion, like a third of an acre, that's in the low-density country residential zone now, that strip that they made several years ago. And 24 acres is in the ag zone. So that's going to become 24 1/3 acres of in the residential zone. Taylor Pond, this is also, it's not just the ag zone, it's ag and resource protected. Taylor Pond needs to be protected just like Lake Auburn. It totally contradicts the city comprehensive plan. I quote from the comp plan: "The intention is to limit development in the Taylor Pond watershed to protect the water quality of the pond and the natural resources within the watershed. New development," and again, I'm quoting the comp plan, "would reduce the value of the pond as a recreational resource, as a high-quality wildlife and fish habitat, and a source of property tax revenue." Taylor Pond is currently in the top 4% of water bodies out of 6,000 in the state of Maine that the Maine Department of Environmental Protection has put on a list of lakes and ponds most at risk from development. I recognize the city has decided to exclude the areas with the strip zones from the Lake Auburn watershed. I'm asking that they should look at doing the same thing for the Taylor Pond watershed. Let's not paint all of Auburn with the same broad brush. One of the draws of this community is the variety of settings in which to live, and urban sprawl will only serve to require extending city services and increase the taxes for everyone.
Okay, any other members from the public who would like to come forward? Okay, seeing none, I'd seek a motion to close public comment.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All those in favor? Okay. So at this juncture, if there's any questions that people felt were pressing and they'd like to address, we can do it now. And then other than that, we can have a conversation with staff and then move forward with the recommendation for City Council.
I do have a few questions. Would a land lease hold up?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Would a land lease hold up in changing the strip zoning?
A land lease between who? What's
Someone had mentioned something about there was a 99-year land lease.
yeah, as the city property or city park, that would still hold up. Yep.
And then also, I don't know, maybe I'm old school on it, but are there that many farmers not living on their land?
I don't think so. I think a lot of farmers are living on their land, but there are some who don't have access to land and will lease land to farm, but I don't think it's very many. Probably should be more.
There was a comment about who got the notice and who did not get the notice. And can you clarify that?
Yes, I'm going to pull up the map here. So when we have a map amendment, the notice goes out to all, like everybody within the boundary of the affected parcels and everyone within 500 feet of that boundary. Tonight, the map amendment was about extending the strip zones. So everyone, and actually we picked up more people than we should have, to be honest, because we also grabbed everyone in this kind of denser rural res section. But we picked up everyone who was along these strip zones within 500 feet of the end of the where the strip zone would be extended to. So on this lot, for example, that extends out like more than a mile. Folks were picked up here. But if you have ag land in here, you probably weren't picked up because you weren't within 500 feet of that zone.
So given that we were talking about the income standard and removing that from the ag zone, would normally all property owners receive a letter saying we're thinking about making a change in your area to your zone?
So our ordinance only requires for text changes for us to do a legal notice. So it goes in the Sun Journal, and it's also posted in City Hall. But for text changes that don't apply to a specific land area, there aren't addresses correlated with that change, so they wouldn't get letters.
But all the information is at City Hall and on the website.
Yes. Yep.
The 7 to 14 days.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, any other questions?
I have a question for staff. It's come up a few times tonight regarding Taylor Pond, and both Dave and I are also very passionate about Taylor Pond. Regarding strip zone changes, watershed, wetland, state and federal rules would supersede any strip zone changes that would occur that may or may not contribute to growth along the Taylor Pond watershed and shoreline.
Yeah, those would still stay in place. So all wetland rules, stormwater law, site law, Natural Resources Protection Act, shoreline zoning, all that would still apply.
I know I spent several minutes on that a few meetings ago, but it's a high priority for me as well. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay, seeing none, we will open it up, right, for conversation. So what's in front of us right now is to, just like we just did, right, with the income standard, is to develop a recommendation for City Council that they can use for the elimination of the current strip zone limitations. So I'm looking for the board to help with a recommendation that we can put forward.
Yeah, I'm actually hearing the history of this topic, the unintended consequences that people that have narrow lots, narrow roadway access, but then expansive pieces behind them, as well as potential impact on the watershed and Taylor Pond, I guess I'm not in favor of eliminating it at all without some type of protective method.
I feel similarly. Comments Mr. Bickford made and comments Mr. Noem made resonated with me with very similar convictions with Dave.
Okay, so members of the board, anyone else have any other recommendations? So City Council has asked us for a recommendation to remove it, and what I'm hearing is 2 of the board members that we would need a motion around that you're not in favor of it, right?
I make a motion to recommend that no amendments be made to the depth of residential strips based on the finding that any extension of the depth of the residential strips in question will conflict with the proposed changes being considered to the AGRP zone by the planning board, and that such changes would also have a high likelihood of dispersing high-density development in areas of the city in which it may not be desired.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, so discussion. No discussion, then we will call for a vote. All those in favor? Okay, so I've got all but one. Okay. All right. So, item number 7, we are looking at a. Oh, I'm sorry. All those not in favor. I'm sorry. It's late. It's been a long day for me. Sorry. Thank you. Yep. All right. So all those in favor. Motion
Stacy,
passes.
may I interject? Could we take a recess? Would that be reasonable at this time?
Sure. Yes, we can take a recess. Do we need a motion to take a recess?
No, you can just take a recess. Amanda asked an excellent question. I honestly wasn't paying attention earlier because I didn't feel we needed to take the vote. I thought you started before 9. Was the motion that we passed earlier to do only this, or was it to do the entire agenda?
That's an excellent question. So it was an open vote. So we voted just to move past 9 o'clock.
Right, but I thought specifically it was for this topic.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Do you want to just take a break, Tim?
Or do we want to make a motion to?
If we make the motion to adjourn, I'm assuming that 7 gets moved to the next session? Or does it get slotted when available?
I think we'd move it to the next one, but if they're still here, it would be nice to work through it, but that's a board decision, and it has to be unanimous that everyone moves forward, so.
So then I will ask for a motion to review item number 7, and then can I postpone item number 8 and 9 and then just adjourn? Okay, so I need a unanimous vote. All those that would like to also consider item number 7, all those in favor?
Okay, so motion.
Thank you.
So moved.
So, okay.
Second.
Second, all those in favor? All right, let's take a recess. Bye.
Can I have Go.
Hey, John. All right, excellent. So, Tim, thank you so much for kind of prompting us to have a quick break. I think it was definitely needed. We got a little sugar back there. So, at this point in time, we are going to come back as a planning board and address item number 7. So, this is our last item on the agenda, and then after this, we are going to adjourn. So, this is a text amendment, and the text amendment is to change the lot size requirement for a cemetery from 20 acres to 10 acres if the cemetery is considered to be a conservation cemetery. So from a staff perspective, we'll take a reading from you. I feel like this isn't as dense, right? It's not maybe as complicated as the other ones we were. So if you could just do a quick staff reading for us, we'd appreciate that.
Yes, of course. So, so there was a petition that was submitted by Life Forest, which is a conservation cemetery. Their proposal is to reduce the lot size, the minimum lot size of cemeteries, which are currently permitted in the agriculture and resource protection zone at a minimum of 20 acres. They're proposing reducing that to 10 acres if the cemetery is a conservation cemetery. So currently cemeteries are an allowed use in the agriculture, so that's what I said. And the minimum lot size of 20 acres was originally put in place to avoid having many small cemeteries through the city, which could become the municipality's responsibility to maintain over time. Allowing a smaller lot size for conservation cemeteries, though, would not increase the burden of eventual maintenance for the city, first, because they only bury cremains, so they do not bury full bodies. They require smaller plot sizes, and they do not require regular mowing maintenance of traditional cemeteries. Conservation cemeteries and memorial forests intend that the look and feel of the land be created by nature. Therefore, unlike traditional cemeteries, there are no gravestones or manicured grass. Parking areas are to be of a gravel base, and trails are to be woodland and natural. So this is a cemetery that essentially ties up the land in a conservation easement. So instead of the traditional cemetery that is, you have to mow it and you have to have individual plots, cremains are identified in kind of a GPS point, and it's maintained as a natural piece of land. And there is not then the maintenance, there would not be that eventual maintenance way in the future for the city. It's understood when folks are buried here that this is what they want. They want to be in a natural setting that won't be able to be developed, which is true of cemeteries anyway, but in this case, it would be in really its natural state. So, so for the planning board action, I recommend to review the proposed text change pursuant to Chapter 60, Article 16, Division 2, amendment to the zoning ordinance or zoning map for consistency with the comprehensive plan. Hold a public hearing and make a motion to approve or deny. And to be clear, what the text change is the first one in the Agriculture and Resource Protection District is to add the caveat that cemeteries can have a minimum, or it takes away the minimum 20-acre lot size, and if it's a conservation cemetery, and then it adds a definition of a conservation cemetery, which I can pull up. But I think we have representation here tonight, and I'm also happy to answer any questions about this. It's a new situation that we are, I don't think Maine has dealt with many of these, but it provides a really great opportunity for alternative burial in land that in a way that's less impactful and takes up less space. And that's what I have. So I'm going to pull up the definitions so we can see.
Okay, while you're pulling up the definition, Evan has a question.
Yes.
By definition, my question is actually about your definition. So, the staff report, it said that cremains are utilized, and so my question is, I'm assuming that the people putting together the petition wrote the language? Yes? Or did staff write the language?
We did it together. Yeah, we did kind of a back and
forth. Why was that left out, the idea that they'd be cremains? To me, that seems like that would be important. Like if you're saying, like if you're trying to sell to me as a planning board member saying, but it's great, you know, like we only bury cremains here, then my assumption would be that would be an integral part of the definition. And I guess I feel like I know, but I would like an expert, in land use to give me the deets on. I understand a conservation easement. I understand how these are filed. I understand the implications of doing so. I understand a deed restriction. Why would there be or deed restriction? Why wouldn't you simply use the conservation easement, which is essentially the stricter of the two protections?
We can change that language. That's a great point. I think
I just didn't know if there was a reason why.
I think it gives the applicant, we're talking about the language, right, in the text, not a specific project in this particular case. So I think that just gives them an option of either or. And the land could be, owned by the individual person. So therefore there's an easement provided under the auspice of the cemetery, or the cemetery owns the plot, or somebody purchases the plot. So there could be a different varieties of how that exchange is for that individual person. So, and that each cemetery is kind of different.
Thanks. That was it.
Yeah, Evan, I also noticed that while they talk about they only bury cremains, there's no definition within the conservation cemetery, and I would be looking for that.
Okay, any other questions for staff? So before we move on to the public comment, is the person that submitted the text amendment, are they here? Or do they want to speak?
Is there? Okay, so it sounds like we have a member of Life Forest who they're submitting the plan. Unfortunately, the person who actually submitted it, they have an important family event today that existed, and they were planning on being here before the meeting was moved. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well, yeah, I just want to make sure where the person who submitted the language, they would be here to talk about that, or on someone on their
Right.
behalf. But then we'll move to public comment if someone wants to have a conversation if someone wants to address public comment. So
Can we? Should we?
I know, that's a good question. So to that end, since they're not here, right, we can hear what she has to say, but in terms of Q&A, it's...
I mean, we can answer the questions to the best of our ability. If the board doesn't feel comfortable with the information that they have in front of them, then you could table the decision. But, you know, other than that, it's just a matter of taking the language that's in front of you and, you know, seeing if you agree with it or not. I will say this, that this is not about a specific project, but more of the text. The project will be heard, you know, if the project
Sure.
moves forward, it would be heard at a different time. And the planning board would have its opportunity to act upon any specific questions about
Okay.
their project during that time.
Okay.
And just quickly, the reason that we have this in front of us is that we really just don't have the language in our ordinance. It hasn't been modernized to kind of to address this kind of cemetery, and they are becoming more popular kind of across. There's one in New Hampshire there, and I think so. This just addresses, but
Okay,
we don't.
all right. Why don't you
now.
come forward and just speak on behalf of the person that's making this recommendation, then we'll move to public comment.
Yes, this is just a brief statement from a member of the Life Force team. Do you need me to give my name and address again? Okay. So she would like to say, Life Force would like to express gratitude to the town of Auburn and their residents. As a conservation space focused on community, we offer healing after the loss of a loved one. We appreciate your consideration and look forward to the opportunity to offer support to the community.
Okay, excellent. Perfect.
Thank you.
I make a motion to open the public input section of the hearing.
Second.
All those in favor? Excellent. Okay, so if you would like to address the board, please come up, state your name, and you have 5 minutes. And then also that 1 hour that we allotted for this segment as well. Fair is fair.
Kathy Shaw, Soapers Mill Road, Auburn. My understanding is this is a cemetery that is essentially a woodland park. And this cemetery, using cremains, they are able, in that 10-acre conservation easement parcel, to have thousands of cremain locations that are all identified using the little QR codes that we all see everywhere. This is never a mowed or maintained forest in like our regular cemeteries. So it's a very natural, visually appealing woodland setting. And I believe I speak for all the members of my agricultural natural resource protection work group that we are strictly and entirely in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, any other members of the public?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to make a comment on my own. My name is Chelsea Eaton, 576 Strap Road. I can't remember if I was actually supposed to say that or not. Sorry. I would just like the planning board to consider that this type of alternative cemetery is kind of cutting, no, I don't want to, cutting edge is not the right word, but it's very at the forefront of the death care industry, really. And having a site like this in Auburn, where basically this doesn't exist anywhere else that we are aware of in the country, other than the original site of the Life Forest, would be very progressive of Auburn to consider this type of establishment. And when you consider that more and more people are looking for alternative death care and environmentally responsible options, this is really at the forefront of that type of industry. So just consider this unique proposal, and that this could be a very cool thing to have in Auburn, and to have Auburn be at the forefront of this movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public would like to come forward? Seeing none, I will seek a motion to close public comment.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, so does anyone have any questions from the public comment that you want to address, and or do we want to ask staff any questions? And then ultimately what we're looking forward to, or looking forward to, looking for is a motion.
I have a real quick question. Is the nature of this cemetery, are the cremains naturally buried, or are they in urns?
They're like in biodegradable urns, essentially. There's one mechanism to do it where they're wrapped in like a wool shroud, and like over time, they decompose at the same rate as like any kind of just anything within the shroud would also decompose. So it's meant to really just be integrated naturally into the environment.
Thank you.
Just two quick questions. Do we know how deep they're buried? And is the land monitored at all to prevent somebody from digging something up?
I'm sure, I mean, folks work at Life Forest, and I don't know the answer specifically to how deep. Maybe John does.
So I mentioned it once, but this is really the text change. We're going from 20 acres down to 10 acres, and then adding a definition so we can hear a potential project in the future. And we can answer a lot of those questions. I've got a lot of questions myself.
Yeah, like where are these QR codes?
But I hear what you're saying, John. You're
Yeah.
saying this is a text change, right?
Yeah.
And it's not, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
to have a fully vetted plan, we'd have a fully vetted plan in front of you guys that would show profiles of that. There's requirements of the state that we have to, kind of like stormwater law. There's going to be all kinds of things that we've got to, they've got to get DHHS approval on this as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a caveat, not to open the box too much, but there'll be a caveat on the veterans piece. And we'll have some very specific language in the application, because as soon as you put a veteran in this place, it changes the requirement under the state statute.
Did you start that by saying not to open the box too much?
Yeah. I did.
Is there a reason why it's being changed from, the text is being changed from 20 acres to 10? Is it because the person that wants this proposed only has 10 acres?
I think that's part of it. I think they have a site in mind that's less than 20 acres. And I also think that the reason that we have the 20 acres is to avoid all this dispersed maintenance. And I think that this kind of cemetery eliminates that use. Also, that you can just put more remains in the space. So I think the 20 acres just doesn't really affect it in this case.
Yeah, I think it's part of the progressive thought that, this process takes a lot less land. So going from 20 to 10 addresses that.
I have a question about the word biodegradable materials. I ask, it's occurring to me, I use biodegradable materials with my students. I teach a 3D printing class. We print in PLA, which is a really common polymer, and it's biodegradable, but it's not, I mean, it's going to stick around for, a few hundred years before it actually biodegrades. So, no, that's what I'm saying is about text. So I guess what I'm asking is like, was biodegradable the word in this text meant to encompass anything that's considered biodegradable, or was it like meant to encompass specific types of materials so that we should be more specific?
I think that's a great point. I think we can be more specific if we want to. I think the intention is biodegradable materials that aren't that don't stick around, that are good that can disappear into the earth and not cause any negative, harmful effects. So I think we can probably adjust it to, that's something that we could change, or we could just understand that that's what we mean there.
Again, I think that's something that you identify in the design, and we vet that through the individual process.
And these are all special exception, so they're coming back anyway.
Correct.
Okay.
Right, right. Yep. I think we will, if this passes, we will likely see a plan in the future for this cemetery getting started, and we'll see that full site plan.
I'd like to see the reference to cremains added, as well as potentially a definition, if necessary.
Okay.
Okay, so at this juncture, does anyone have a motion they'd like to entertain?
I make a motion to recommend amending Chapter 60 of the city ordinances, specifically Section 60-145B8 use regulations and Section 60-2 definitions, by changing the lot size requirement for a cemetery from 20 acres to 10 acres if the cemetery is a conservation cemetery, and adding the definition conservation cemetery to Section 60-2 as stated in the petition and included in this meeting's materials, with the amendment that conservation cemetery, the definition of conservation cemetery, read, conservation cemetery means a type of natural cemetery that includes a conservation management plan that upholds best practices and provides perpetual protection of the land according to a conservation easement or deed restriction. Burials in conservation cemeteries consist solely of cremains and utilize non-toxic and biodegradable materials.
Non-toxic is the word I was looking for, yes.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All right, do we have any discussion?
No.
Okay, so all those in favor? All right. All those opposed? Nobody? Okay, motion passes. So I also seek a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? Excellent.